So in 2021, early 2022, since then, we've had a new county clerk, new county administrator, new deputy county administrator, new community development director, co-directors of our solid waste department, and our community justice director. So those were in 2021 and early 2022. Just this past fiscal year, we have our new chief financial officer. We have a new district attorney, a new information technology director, a new health services director, and not just a health services director, but both deputy directors as well in the department. Each one of those, the public health and behavioral health, both of those, I guess, divisions, if you will, are larger than a lot of county departments just in and of themselves. So a lot of change there. A new county forester, fire adapted communities coordinator, coordinated houseless response office director, and now a new staff member, a new medical examiner. And Whitney, a lot of that thanks goes to you because you really work very, very closely with the entire team, district attorney's office, sheriff's office, the outgoing medical examiner, and the new team that came in. So a lot of work there. For those of us that work in administration, goodness knows we've had a lot of change there. We've had, again, I like to say 2/3 of our front office staff, but it's 2 out of 3. Our executive assistant, Brenda Fritzvold, is new. Angie Powers, our administrative assistant. Jen Patterson, our strategic initiatives manager. Stephanie Robinson, our grants and operations coordinator. Eric Rion, who's helping us in the back today. Thank you, Eric. We've got the wave, our digital communications coordinator. And then just prior to that, we had a new performance auditor, Aaron Kay. And we're now in the process with hiring a new county internal auditor. So it's a lot of change that we're all experiencing. So the reason I mention that is I think we're making significant contributions to our community, which is growing and changing at the same time our organization is as well. And I just don't believe we're missing a beat. I think we're really staying on task with all of it. So I like to highlight that. Moving on to the third point, a snapshot of our current financial condition, and is really what's helped shape the budget proposal before you today. I want to just say this is it's led by our finance department. Certainly I'm involved. Close coordination with administration, human resources, and all departments working together to advance the Board of Commissioners' goals and priorities. And I like to just put our mission out there to implement our mission to enhance the lives of citizens by delivering quality services in a cost-effective manner. There's a lot that goes into this. And so our finance department provided a long-term 25-year financial forecast to the county a few weeks ago, and the presentation is in your budget books for reference if you're interested in that, available online for folks that are interested in reading more about it, which is very informative. I'm not going to go into any of the details there, but it's good information to keep in mind, while also knowing it is a moment in time and it can change based on any number of factors. Other factors, inflation and rising costs for staff, materials and services, property, everything is increasing. And that does have important impacts on our budget proposal. And in many cases, those rising costs are exceeding our increases in revenue as well. A significant slowing for new construction and growth, along with high interest rates. It impacts several departments, our community development department, assessor, clerk, solid waste, and others. And so that has a real impact that we're seeing across the county there. And of course, that's one of those factors that it can change relatively quickly, and it can change our budget condition, but that's not our issue at this point. Supply chain issues. And this is a big issue for a couple of departments in particular. For example, as we aim to open the Negus transfer station, it's taking a lot longer to get some of the critical equipment to open that. 911 with the radio towers, there are ongoing issues with supply chain issues that can impact services, and even our cost of it takes longer. Employee retention and recruitment challenges. You see these challenges continued throughout the budget document when we read about the department's operational challenges and ongoing issues. So often you'll hear from one department or another based on one position or classification or issue, but as we read about all departments together, it's continuing to be an issue that all of our departments are tackling. And I just want to point out, it's not just our departments, it's not just our community, it's not just our region, it's our country. We're seeing this in many places across the country, these employment challenges. There's a lot of continued uncertainty on the economy overall, as we know. Is there a recession? How big is it? How long is it? How deep is it? What are those impacts? We just don't know. And so really creating our best guess going forward and what those impacts are. State government funding, and particularly for the courthouse. It is with health services, with others, but for the courthouse. It's interesting as we look back at the last several months, as the legislative session, the 2023 legislative kicked off, it looked really great. There's revenue that's coming in, and then it didn't look so good for a good while because inflation, rising costs, and all of the increased demands that are put on the legislature and the limited resources that they have. Even though they're good, there's a lot more requests than there are revenues available to fund them all. And then last week it turns again, where it looks solid again with the new revenue forecast, but so much of that's still going to depend on the governor's priorities, the legislature's priorities on where those funds are going. So it looks better than it did, but the key is we just won't know for almost another month what those final decisions will be. All we have to do is turn on any media source and we see something about the debt ceiling, and we don't know what those impacts are going to be on all of it. So housing market and interest rates, there's just a lot of uncertainty as we go into this into our week together. Another one is, our assessed values. We're in a fortunate position that they continue to increase, and they increase by solid numbers. But at 4.9% this year, which is what we're projecting, forecasting, thanks to our assessor at 4.9%, it's still down from our historical average of many, many years at 5.5%. So those are some of the factors that we think about as we go into the budget proposal. And at the same time, our community continues to grow and change, resulting in increased demands for services. And then, as we know, those services require staff, and the staff requires space. And there's a lot that we're grappling with at the same time. So while growth comes with a lot of benefits and in many forms that we all enjoy, it also comes with real costs that we factor into our budget. Some of the highlights of the proposed budget and what we aim to accomplish. Well, first, of course, I'm pleased to present a balanced budget to all of you. The proposed budget for fiscal year 24, including county service districts, is approximately $714 million. This represents an increase of $23.9 million or 3.46% from the fiscal year 2023 revised budget. The total fiscal year 2024 operating budget, which best reflects the county's actual spending as it excludes contingency, unappropriated balances, and internal transactions, is $404 million. And this represents an increase over the current fiscal year budget of $5.7 million or 1.4%. The proposed budget includes 1,242.76 FTE, full-time equivalent employees. This is an increase of, and with this magnitude of an organization, just 10.25% from the fiscal year 23 revised budget, or 0.8%. You'll see in the budget includes the Sheriff's Office's proposal to levy the full tax rates for both the county-wide district and the rural district to support operations at the current service level and for future public safety public safety campus improvements. No other levy increases are included in the proposed budget, though the Budget Committee will consider whether to increase the county permanent rate by 6 cents later this week. That's one of the key questions for us. The proposed budget continues to fund several Board of County Commission goals and priorities. And as I mentioned, several of those are continued from the current year to the next fiscal year, from completing the North County campus and Negus Transfer Station, the Deschutes continued progress toward building a new Deschutes County Circuit Courthouse, completing or nearly completing the comprehensive plan update, transportation system plan update, and the other community planning efforts that I mentioned. A lot of those will conclude this year. Continuing to refine and identify a site for a new solid waste management facility, continuing to support the Coordinated Houseless Response Office, and many others that you'll hear about this week. A snapshot of some of your major decisions, and you have a list, and a revised list was provided to you this morning. At the end of the week, whether to levy the county rate at $1.27 per $1,000 of assessed value. That's the 6 cent increase. That'll be a big decision later this week. There's a list of special requests, and you have just been provided a list of some of the revised special requests that you have before you, and whether and how to maximize the county's ability to buy down the courthouse debt to save on financing costs going forward. Those are some of the big decisions going forward. In conclusion, I just want to share the conclusion of my budget message by budget message as well. And that is that I really want to extend my gratitude and appreciation to all county employees who carry out the important services described in the budget document. To them, I thank them. It's just a really great dedicated workforce that we have. In addition to the employees in each operating department that prepare the initial budget, certain individuals play a large role in carrying the process forward with the budget committee. And many of people are here today. Budget and finance, financial planning manager, Dan Emerson. Thank you very much. Senior budget analyst, Cam Sparks, who I mentioned, to Dan's left. Management analyst, Laura Skundrich, she's in the back. I believe there she is. Chief Financial Officer, Robert Tintle. Our Deputy County Administrators, Whitney Hale, who is here, Eric Kropp, who will join us shortly. Our Human Resources Director, Kathleen, who's in the back as well. To them, I extend my sincere and wholehearted thank you. This is a complete and total team effort. I also want to really to extend the thanks to the departments and to the administrative, I shouldn't say the administrative, the financial staff, often they're management analysts or senior management analysts or business officers throughout the organization who spend a lot of time preparing the budget and working closely with us. And finally, thanks to the budget committee. You have a big week ahead of you. It's your guidance, wisdom, thought, financial acumen, and most importantly, your dedication to Deschutes County that will make this a solid process, a great week ahead as we develop and approve the fiscal year 2024 budget proposal. So I look forward to our next 4 days together. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I will turn it back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. That was well done. I appreciate it. Our next item on the agenda is Deschutes County Proposed Budget Overview. We'll turn that over to Robert.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Well, as Nick mentioned, it's been about 8 months since I've been in this position. And so this is my first time joining, obviously, this budget committee at Deschutes County. So I appreciate that. You know, before I took the job, I did a little research on Deschutes County, and there were a few things that I was pleased about. I was pleasantly surprised to hear about the two service districts specifically dedicated to public safety, the rural and the countywide law enforcement, also the 911 service district, also looking at the general fund, seeing how, you know, you have a good, strong tax base here. So those are all a good foundation for the great work that we do here at Deschutes County. Also TRT, you know, knowing that you have a good, strong TRT funding source was also great to see compared to other organizations, obviously, that I've worked at. And so there was a great foundation that was laid there. Just a reminder that the general fund and the TRT really for Deschutes County are considered the discretionary funds, right? There's the unallocated portion of the TRT that can be used for general purposes because it was enacted prior to when your first tax was in 1975. That was prior to any of the new restrictions that are put on new taxes where they have to be dedicated to marketing or tourism facilities and the like. So I mentioned that because this year, as we get into our budget, as Nick highlighted some of the economic uncertainty and financial challenges that we have to remember that the general fund and really the TRT, it's, as I mentioned, the discretionary funds of the county, and we need to preserve those funds and maintain for the fiscal health of the county. Our credit rating is AA1. Which is astounding. I remember a former employee when we reached AA1 too. It was a party, right? It was a celebration, at least for the financial nerds, right? But it's the credit rating is like your own personal credit score, right? You want to be in the 800s. You don't want to be in the 300s, right? And so when we have a AA1 rating, that's good for the county. It's a strong testament to our dedication, to our financial resolve, and our commitment there. And I did look at some of the Moody's Investors Service. They previously stated our key positive credit factors include our robust financial position, an extensive tax base, and a healthy wealth and income profile. That means the economy of the county, right? They mentioned our strong cash balance and our fund balance. And this is the last time they rated us, right? So I mention that because as Dan has presented in the financial forecast, and as we have seen coming forward, we have a lot of opportunities to look at our services and look at what the general fund funds and what TRT funds. And we just have to remember, we need to maintain some good, strong cash balances, some good reserves in those areas, because that is what our credit agencies look at. And it's good for the financial health of the county. For example, when the pandemic happened, a great example just come up recently, a reminder of the fair. The fair and expo center could not hold any events and they weren't bringing in revenue. So the general fund helped supported the fairgrounds during that time, you know, because it had the funds. Other economic downturns in previous years that other departments couldn't provide their services, the general fund steps up to provide, to fill in the gap when needed. So that the desire to have a good, healthy general fund reserve is also there, not only just for general fund services, but for any services in the county that require it in the future. It's for that unknown and that uncertainty. That's why counties are required to have a reserve. And we do very well here. It's just being mindful of that as we go through the budget process as well. A great thing in our budget this year, as Nick mentioned, was our $404 million operating budget, which is only 1.4%. That's a great testament to all the departments and the financial analysts and department directors out there. Because if you think of inflation being as high as it was, and we're only increasing it by 1.4%, that's good. Now there is a large chunk that was capital, right? And that affects it, but it's still overall, it's a good position to be in. So while this is a one-year budget that we're looking at, the budget officer and the finance team, we continue to look at the long-term forecast. And that's also why that's included, as we mentioned, in your budget package as well, your notebooks. And there are two notebooks that you have. One is the program, high-level overview, provides all the information you need. And the second one is the line item budget. So we'll mostly concentrate on the high-level program budget today, but the line item is there if you want to get to it. Or you could do like me, I just included it in one binder, then you only have to carry one binder. So, that is your choice there. So while we do have a strong financial base, as I mentioned, the great things about Deschutes County, we are facing similar challenges in our future. As Nick highlighted, I was speaking with another county who they just happen to be facing a $23 million shortfall this year, right? And you might have seen that in the paper or the news. We're at a good place where as we look proactive on our long-term forecast, we have time to make decisions today that will affect this year's budget, next year's budget, and so on. So we're not at that drastic point, but as good financial stewards, we're just always mindful of that. And so thinking of that with our forecast, we're resilient. As a county, we've been through economic downturns or economic uncertainty before, and we can get through that again. So the role of the budget committee, as Nick mentioned, today, this week on Thursday, you'll approve the budget. And then in June 21st, in fact, the final proposed budget will go before, approved budget will go before the Board of Commissioners, and the board will formally adopt the budget on June 21st. And with that, same thing. We have a great budget team here. So I want to thank Dan, budget and financial planning manager, who really he's the brains behind everything, right? He helps keep all of us in line, and Cam with support, providing her great insight as well with her experience. And yes, Laura as well. So it's a great team. It really is a pleasure to work with the team members, and working with county admin and the department heads. It really has been a great experience for me getting to this point. And I want to thank again the budget committee members for your time this week. I did watch the video session from last year, and Wayne had mentioned, him and his budget friends always say, how long was your budget committee members? And if you remember, he mentioned, yeah, some of them are like, well, it was 1 day or 2 days, or how many hours, it was 2 hours, and then he took pride in it was the week, so I mentioned that because it is a commitment, especially from the budget committee members, to dedicate all this time. And we truly appreciate all your efforts and insight into that. And of course, the board, who you're at it all the time. So we thank you for that. And with that, and if there's questions also.
Robert, are there, you mentioned that we have an AA1 rating.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a feel for how many counties in Oregon also have an AA1 rating, or?
I don't have the exact number, but I can say it is, sometimes it's difficult to get to an AA1 rating. So that's why former county, we were pleased when we were able to reach that mark, because it took a lot of effort to get to that. And the items that really pushed us over the top was, it was the cash reserves that we had. It was the fund balance. It was also having policies and sticking to it. And of course, the economy. I mean, there's multiple items that they look at when they look at your rating. And one of them is the local economy. How's that doing? And your ability to increase a tax, or, you know, we all have permanent tax rates, all the counties here, right? But if there's other operating levies or other items that your community supports. So it's multifaceted, but it's a smaller number than a larger number.
Often do they update and review and update the rating?
Yeah, anytime you go out for a bond, definitely when you go out for a bond, you usually have to submit to a rating. And so you'll provide all your information, and that's an opportunity for the rating to be increased at that time. Additionally, they do reviews sporadically, and it could be annual, and they'll issue an update on that. They'll just do an overview of all the counties, or if something significant happens, then they may relook at it as well. For example, with the banking crisis, they relooked at all of the banking ratings, the financial institution ratings at that time, right? And issued an economic outlook on that. So, but definitely whenever you go out for a bond, they'll look at your rating then.
Are there any other questions for Nick or Robert? We're a little ahead of schedule. Does anyone have a opening thought or comment? Dan?
Sorry, Bruce, I was just gonna go over the.
Oh, sorry.
Robert,
Okay,
the budget.
Go ahead.
assumptions. No, no worries. So thank you, Robert. Thank you, Nick. I'm over here deleting paragraphs because Nick's budget message was so comprehensive. Really good. So thank you both. I really want to thank the budget committee, also volunteers. Recognize that it takes a week of your time, and we just thank you for your expertise. It means a lot to the county and to the community. So I'm going to start off by going over some of the general assumptions that you're going to find out in the proposed budget here. And then I'm just going to go into a little bit more detail on what some of those budget decisions might be. And a lot of this will be covered, those budget decisions, tomorrow in our fiscal entities presentation, which we'll be doing on general fund and transient room tax, or discretionary funds. But first off, to start with our assumptions, our personnel and COLA. As Nick kind of spoke to, the county continues to feel the effects of larger inflationary rates here for the last couple of years. The COLA this year was set at each bargaining unit's maximum amount. These inflationary factors, combined with increased PERS rates and employee step increases, contributed to a total personnel budget of around $169 million. Which is approximately $9 million increase over fiscal year 23, or 6%. Page 37 in your budget binder has a breakdown of the personnel expenditure history year over year. Actually, per page, actually going to amend that. Yeah, it's on 39, excuse me. Page 39, we'll have that. Thank you, Commissioner Adair. And it's actually a great summary here that will also have debt, which we'll talk about a little bit, transfers out, beginning net working capital. Moving on is our health benefits and insurance rates. The county developed a forecast several years back to slowly spend down our health benefits reserve to ensure that rates were aligned with claims costs. However, the county has continued to experience unforeseen significant increases in claim costs over the past 2 years that have effectively spent down the fund balance much quicker than anticipated. And at this point, we're starting to think that those is kind of the new normal here, this claims rate. And due to these increased expenditures, the fiscal year 24 health benefits proposed budget includes an 11% increase in departmental charges for health insurance rates, as well as charges for vacant positions. With these rate increases, the health benefits fund has a beginning working capital of $5.7 million, which is approximately $10 million less than it was 2 years ago. With proposed contingency of $3.8 million, it may be below the optimal levels currently. And because of the lowered fund balance and decreased contingency, the health benefits fund will need to increase departmental health insurance rates in the future years as well. The health benefits fund can be found on page 178 of your binder.
Question. So you
Yeah.
mentioned, charges for vacant positions. So
Mhm.
did we drop that a few years ago, but now we're gonna bring it back? Is that's the idea? So that's that opportunity to capture that commitment for that position, but yeah, that's interesting. So that's in the budget now.
In the proposed budget currently. Yep. PERS rates. The last major driver of the personnel cost is the PERS rates. The PERS board issued new rates for the 23-25 biennium, which go into effect July 1st, 2024 for the county's fiscal year 24 budget. The new rates increased on average by 1.6%, which is estimated to have a $1.75 million impact on the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget. And that's actually a lot less than we had forecasted. And so those rates were, we were happy to see those.
Dan, I hate to interrupt you, but back to the health benefit fund.
Yeah.
It actually was much worse this last year than the year before. It really, what is it? It's $6 million
Mhm.
that it, took our fund away.
And
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and I think that's something we're looking at, and Kathleen will speak more to this when we go over the kind of human resources related funds. But yeah, it's definitely for the second year in a row, kind of a major talking point and what we're going to do in the future to kind of make sure that those claims costs are adjusted with premiums is going to be important. So,
It's just, we had 16 million sitting there for 18, 19, 20. And then COVID hit and people did not go to the doctor, and this is what we're seeing now.
Right.
Plus other things happening.
right, the increased cost of medical procedures, and of course, we're just starting to see this claims cost kind of stay around really. And I don't think, obviously that's Kathleen's presentation, but I'm not going to get too much into it. But I think our consultants felt like it was maybe a 1-year hit, and now we're just kind of seeing it continue. So we really need to align our cost there with our rates.
Then on PERS, can you, so we did that PERS buy down a few years ago. Can you explain how that interacts with the rate increase that the PERS board did recently, and how that all results in a relatively modest increase for us?
Yeah, I'm actually not, I wasn't quite there when we did the PERS buy down. So I couldn't tell you exactly how that works. I know that we still have $4 million in our PERS reserve for potential buy down if we wanted to utilize those funds so that the departments took less of a hit. But I'm not sure if I could speak to how that happened and how that affected anything in fiscal year 23.
Just expanding on that a little bit. We have two different tools that we're using for the PERS rates, and one of them is the internal reserve that we have. In the proposed budget, we're not anticipating using any reserve funds this year. We're holding on to those internal reserves. Next year, or the next biennium, when they increase rates, we'll see if we need to use the internal reserve for that. When we contributed to the state Senate Bill 1049, or I think it was something, those funds with the 25% match, which was really excellent. What that does, it gives you an earnings credit, it gives you a credit towards your PERS rates. So they set our rates, then they applied that credit, and that's where we ended up. And that's where we end up with our new PERS rates from PERS. So they credit your rate what it would have been, and you have a lower rate because of that match. So do other counties who did not make that investment are going to see a higher rate increase, or? They would, because those funding dollars, as I mentioned, reduce your percentage that you have to pay PERS. Thank you. Yeah, it was a good investment. Yeah, sounds like it.
There was matched dollars by the state also, so.
Exactly, that 25% match as well. And they still have a list of other public agencies that are waiting to do the math, because there were limited funds for that.
Yes, we were at the top of the list, I think.
Yep.
All right, so revenue assumptions, this is going to go broadly over property taxes and TRT. Large revenue assumptions impacting the proposed budget revolve around property taxes and transient room tax. In many ways, property taxes are the backbone of our revenue funding streams. They are the major funding source of the county general fund, which in turn is the primary support of the assessor's office, the clerk's office, the Board of Property Tax Appeals, the district attorney, our tax department, our veterans department, property management, and our medical examiner. Additionally, other departments receive substantial general fund transfers for their operating costs, including community justice, health services, dog control, victims assistance, and the Board of County Commissioners. The proposed budget assumes the current property tax levy of $1.2183 per $1,000 of assessed value. However, the Budget Committee will consider a budget decision regarding levying the full permanent property tax rate, which would be an increase of 6 cents per $1,000 of assessed value for fiscal year 24. We project that that would be roughly approximately about $1.8 million total in additional property tax. The assessed value is projected to increase by 4.9% this year, and Nick spoke to this a little bit. That's lower, quite a bit lower than our approximate historical growth rate average of 5.5%. So that lower growth rate has impact on how much property tax collections we have here. The lower budgeted growth rate is due to rising inflation and high interest rates, which have decreased development and permitting volumes throughout the region. We anticipate the property tax collection rate to hold stable around 96%, which is consistent with years prior. Obviously, we worked with the assessor on a lot of these numbers and want to thank him for his contributions. The above factors give us a fiscal year 24 general fund projected property tax revenue of $35.6 million. That's without a property tax levy increase. And that's approximately $1.2 million more than budgeted in fiscal year 23. More details on assessed value and property taxes can be found in the budget message on page 8 and 9 of your binders. All right, moving on to transient room tax. That can be found on page 171 of your budget binder. The transient room tax, or TRT, from the tourism industry is another major revenue source in the proposed budget and is used to fund internal operations such as the sheriff's office, the fair and expo, health services, and justice court, while also funding debt service for the courthouse expansion. We are currently projecting TRT revenue for fiscal year 24 at $12.6 million, which is an approximate $500,000 decrease from the projected FY23 year over year kind of ending actuals, which we project to be around $13.1 million.
How does that compare to what we budgeted for FY23?
600,000, 500 to 600,000 higher than what we budgeted. And again, we were on track to be around that 13.5, 13.6 that we budgeted, but over this last quarter, we saw about 7 to 8% decline. But in April, I think the numbers came out around 31% decline. So, yeah. So we were hopeful that we'd have a little bit of growth this year, but really, you know, FY22 might be a larger year than this year by 100,000 or so.
Yeah.
In fiscal year 22, we budgeted about 12.5 million for TRT. And then in fiscal year 23, the current year, we budgeted about 13.5 million. And so we increased it by $1 million. However, we were probably a little too aggressive in that year, right? In the current year. And that's why will be under this year as well. So we are budgeting closer to the fiscal year 22 actuals numbers and closer to the fiscal year 22 budget.
Closer to FY22 actuals, but not at FY22 actuals.
Correct.
FY22 actuals probably will likely be the highest TRT year that we've seen up until this point. So we're really, yeah, we're looking at maybe having that last quarter, not the 31% drop, but the 7% drop, 5% drop-ish, maybe continuing into part of fiscal year 24. And that's why we've kind of conservatively budgeted it at around $12.6 million. Obviously, we'd like to see it come in much higher than that. But given the general trend, that's kind of what we're looking at.
And part of that is it's good to budget a little more conservatively because since we budgeted that 13.5 million this year and we made commitments, we will be and with the decreased revenue, we'll be starting fiscal year 24 in the negative with our commitments, right? So that's why you don't want to overestimate your revenues and make commitments on those overestimated dollars.
Yeah, no, I'm the reason I'm asking all these questions is I'm wondering if we're budgeting too optimistically, whether we even want to come down a little more.
Actually, talking to Sun River, which provides 73% of our room tax revenue, their numbers for the future look great. Not going back to 19 is what I have been told by a few people. So it is a different economy.
Yeah.
But their business numbers look really outstanding.
That's good to hear. And that's why we're keeping it at the
Be
fiscal year.
conservative.
Yeah, the 22, we're looking at the 22. And as we heard from the VCO presentation the other day, they were a little optimistic as well, but then you never know it. So talk about uncertain economic, right? That's one of those. And Dan will mention it's hard to budget those numbers exactly because we don't have those crystal balls. It's not as consistent as like our property taxes where you can kind of look and see where we're at on that.
Then you look at how many concerts we're gonna have here this summer. So surely that is gonna bring in a lot of people to our community.
Although most of that will be in town.
Right, well, darn it. Well, maybe they're gonna wanna stay out of town.
And you
This
know,
is
what,
summer,
what-
you
and
know.
what we heard from Julia was that bookings are looking pretty solid. That doesn't. You know, she didn't know anything about what the rates are going to be like that people that lodging establishments are going to be charging. So.
Yeah, at the time when we did the proposed budget, you know, we were seeing that 7% decline. We felt like 12.6 was pretty conservative. And then we saw the April numbers, and hopefully that's just because it's down season. And hopefully we do have a strong summer, but certainly we'll have to continue to assess it as we go forward. Because you're right, Commissioner Chang, you don't want to over budget any of your discretionary funds.
You know, I mean, we already over budgeted this year. And to over budget 2 years in a row would. Put us in a bad place.
And so I was just going to speak to the decrease in budgeted TRT is based upon declining year-over-year revenues in the last quarter of fiscal year 23. It should be noted that projecting TRT funds is a difficult task due to it being strongly correlated with the tourism industry, wildfires and smoke, changing short-term lodging demands, rates, national economic swings, and other factors can have a significant and unanticipated effect on the revenues. Speaking briefly to investment earnings, they're projected at $6 million, which is approximately $2 million higher than the projected fiscal year 23 actuals. The projected increase in investment earnings is due to just in general higher interest rates. Moving on to debt, expenditures to repay borrow funds are budgeted at $8.9 million for fiscal year 24. So 30.3% more than fiscal year 23. The fiscal year 24 proposed budget includes new debt in the amount of $1.9 million for the courthouse expansion. Project is estimated to cost approximately $40.5 million, and the construction is anticipated to begin in fiscal year 24. Given the interest rate on this project, the true cost of the debt service will be approximately $65 million over a term of 20 years. And the county has worked diligently to create a long-term forecast, which also Nick spoke to, that analyzes available funds for the courthouse expansion. This is a momentary forecast, you know, things could change definitely. But the forecast was presented a month ago. It's located in your handout folders. It will also be partially integrated in your fiscal entities presentation tomorrow. As of now, that forecast does not project that the current county revenue will be enough, will have enough available funds to meet the debt service obligation. Many of the budget decisions you will consider this week as a body will focus on allocating resources to fund paying down the debt service related to courthouse expansion and preserving current service operational levels. This conversation will be addressed in more depth during the fiscal entities presentation tomorrow and also on Thursday when we'll be going through all those budget decisions. More information on debt can be found on page 14 of the budget book. Actuals history can be found on page 39. All right, so now I'm going to go into just a little bit on the special request and the budget details or budget decisions in a little bit more detail, and then we'll pass it off. So as in the past years, the budget officer, Nick Lelak, has included some special requests within the proposed budget. I would ask you to turn to the last tab in your budget binder here. Special request tab. Or second to last tab, excuse me, special request tab. Thank you. For a quick review of these requests, the majority of these requests included in the budget are long-term supported by departmental funding. That means the department is not asking for additional general funds to support the request. Positions that were included in the proposed budget and that have general fund costs have been deemed necessary by the county administrator for the continued functioning of service levels. As a policy decision, special requests of elected officials have been left out of the proposed budget. The committee will deliberate on special requests during Thursday's budget session. And of course, the committee has the authority to pull out anything from the proposed budget as well. So now I'm going to move on to general fund, kind of the discretionary funding decision points. These are the big decision points. As mentioned earlier, the general fund and its revenue streams not only support our internal departments, but also support the operations of the entire county. And with board approval, can also transfer funds to any department that may be facing financial need. The general fund has historically been the primary funder of capital maintenance and capital expansion needs too. Due to the fiscal responsibilities placed on the general fund, the stability and health of the fund is critical to maintaining current service levels and capital needs throughout the county. In FY23 and projected into fiscal year 24, the general fund is expected to continue to face increased inflationary pressures and reduced available resources. In tandem with these current short-term pressures, the county's long-term financial forecast showed that at the historical rate of actual expenditures and FTE growth, even with levying the full tax being imposed in this fiscal year, the general fund would no longer be able to support itself by fiscal year 33. Due to the short and long-term pressures on the general fund and county operations, and keeping in mind anticipated courthouse expansion costs, which will need to be at least partially funded by some general fund dollars, the budget committee will have several budget decisions focused on the allocation of funds to reduce or alleviate pressures on the general fund while maintaining current service levels. One of those decisions will be voting on potentially increasing the tax levy to the full rate of $1.2783 per $1,000 of assessed value. This would increase resources by a projected $1.8 million in property taxes within the general fund. The general fund and its fiscal stability will be discussed in more depth tomorrow as well. Other budgetary decisions primarily focus on allocation of available funds to immediately pay down the courthouse costs to lower future debt service payments and save funds at a rate of approximately $600,000 per $1 million of paydown. These decisions include allocating $8 million of the general reserve to courthouse buydown. The general reserve currently contains in totality around $9 million. If it was also voted on to increase the tax levy, it would be approximately $10.2 million, which isn't the full 1.8 because we'd have to leave some of that in contingency as we increase our property tax rate, 33%. Another decision would be to allocate 4.6 million of the local assistance tribal consistency ARPA funds. Those have general discretion. They are not quite the same as the American Rescue Plan state local fiscal recovery funds, and approximately 320,000 also in general ARPA interest to pay down the courthouse project. Allocating unspent and return general ARPA balance to internal costs to alleviate some pressure on general fund for operations or courthouse pay down. Allocating projected unspent fiscal year 24 funds estimated at 720,000 to buy down the courthouse debt, and transfer of approximately $2 million, which was previously transferred to project management from the general reserve for the purpose of buying down the courthouse debt. And those funds were transferred a few years back, and they would typically be used for kind of mid-year purchase of land and buildings if the board wanted to make a decision on that. Again, they did come from the general fund. This decision would move them back into the general reserve to pay down court service. Also, another decision would be transferring any unbudgeted payment in lieu of taxes, estimated around $800,000 from the county road to general reserve, and transfer unallocated 30% of 1% of transient room tax to the general reserve. And that is estimated about $460,000. Those funds usually go to the Fair and Expo Reserve as they have capital needs that they will need to and capital maintenance needs that they'll need to do as their facilities are over 20 years old at this point. And so those are all going to be great conversations, but a more detailed conversation of each one of these decision points will occur during tomorrow's presentation, the fiscal entities presentation, as well as during some of the operational presentations that may affect this. If you have questions for, road or for the Fair and Expo as well, when they present later on. The sheriff's office will also have several decisions. The sheriff's office is funded through 2 voter-approved law enforcement districts that levy property taxes. The county district with the maximum tax rate of $1.25 per $1,000 of assessed value supports countywide sheriff functions, including the jail. The rural district with a maximum tax rate of $1.55 per $1,000 of assessed value supports unincorporated county sheriff services such as patrol and investigations. The proposed budget includes levying the full tax rate in both districts, which is an increase of 20 cents per $1,000 of assessed value in the countywide district and an increase of 12 cents per $1,000 of assessed value in the rural district. The full levy is needed to support operations at the current service level and for future public safety campus expansion. The sheriff's presentation will go into more detail on the necessity and use of this levy increase. The budget committee will need to vote to approve this proposed tax rate. It is in the proposed budget right now. And also the sheriff is requesting $500,000 of additional transient room tax funds over the proposed amount of roughly $3.65 million for ongoing operations. The sheriff's office will also speak to this request in their presentation. Invite you obviously to ask as many questions as you may have, and this will be a budget committee decision during Thursday's budget session. Other budget decisions may naturally come up during the course of the budget week presentations, and these will be recorded and compiled by the budget team for deliberation on Thursday. And I just want to thank everyone as well, specifically Cam Sparks, who both of those books were done by Cam Sparks and Laura Skundrick, budget contact for multiple funds. Nick as the proposed or as the budget officer, and Whitney and Eric for communications, Robert, who it may be your first season, but you understand a lot. And I really appreciate your support and guidance as we go through this process. It's meant a lot. And then of course, as everybody spoke to, Megan, Brenda and Angie up there, and Eric Breon, and without them, these things wouldn't be possible. So just want to thank everyone.
Thank you, Dan. Well done. Any questions for Dan at this point? All right, we do have a few minutes. I'd like to open it up for any other comments or ideas that you have going forward this week.
I'd like to thank Nick and all of the county staff for having reviews of some of the departments like Health Services and VCO. I think Visit Central Oregon Board and the other ones that we've had prior to meeting. I think it's very helpful for the citizen portion of the budget committee to hear those with the week prior. So I want to thank you for that. It was helpful. And I think it helps save time on this end. So thank you for doing that.
And I want to thank the precedent established way before I got here, that this is so incredible. And maybe it's why our rating is so good, Robert. But we spent a lot of time doing this, and I never think it's a wasted moment. I think it's so important. Stay on top of things and do what we can. We have so much uncertainty currently fiscally. And then of course, we've got a month to wait to see what happens with our courthouse funding. But what we know we can deal with, and being incredibly conservative, I do think is the way to go right at the moment. So thank you. And thanks for taking all this time, and thank you for moving it the week before the weekend, the 3-day weekend, right?
I'll add in, I think this is an incredibly thorough budget preparation and presentation, and you've helped with my weightlifting skills for sure. We were talking about that earlier, but it makes it easier as somebody who's not immersed in the daily details to actually get this thorough of a presentation. And I certainly thank the county for providing that.
Yes.
Couple big picture thoughts. I kind of think of before COVID, we were on kind of a 10-year run of just growth, just managed growth. It was comfortable growth. It was growth in the assessed value. As I say, worldwide pandemic, federal investments, and just a lot of moving parts all of a sudden. So as a big thank you for having such professionalism and putting this budget together. The world is very dynamic now, obviously interest rates and inflation. It's just coming and going. It's just amazing right now. We've seen our county budget grow, 300 something million to 500 to 700. I mean, these big numbers, it's just managing growth. Just a couple days ago, cars are on the road, so we'll see what the summer looks like. Commissioner Dare said, yeah, maybe we'll have a robust summer for transient room tax, what I'm referring to. But just there are people everywhere all of a sudden already. We've seen a change in, people that intended on maybe moving to a more rural area out of the big city. It's happened, the COVID pandemic triggered people to just live differently. So we're seeing that on the ground also. Doing our planning, comprehensive plan, transportation system plan, what we are taking time to look at the next 10 years also. It's really good to be able to be in a comfortable enough spot to think about, okay, what does tomorrow look like? And as I say, I really appreciate that community development, big effort around the county right now, getting people's thoughts on paper, and transportation improvements. We're known for being able to invest in our transportation system, the county roads, and then partner. We write checks to our ODOT partners and those intersections where it goes from a state road to the county road or county road to the city road. We're there with resources. So that's really a great spot to be also. Today, we are going to go hear from RTR Economics, and I'm excited about this. And as I was saying, Jim, yesterday, I mean, our tone and mood might be different this afternoon because this is national and international economic outlook. And I'm really looking forward to hearing the message that we hear today. So it's really good that we're able to take time and do that. The health fund was mentioned. It's really interesting because it's been awkward that the reserves went up and up a few times, and then we're trying to dial it back down. And now it's just the other way. It's a great system we have for all the covered lives of the program that we have, the employees plus their family. But yeah, it's just amazing watching the health costs go up so much also. A couple months ago, I support raising our tax rate, our 6 cents tax rate. I know we were at a split vote last year. I'm just letting you know, just because of all that dynamics, it's time to put that in place and move forward with those resources. So just for clarity up front.
I do have a question. What are we assuming the tax rate collection will be? Normally I've been on the Sisters Park and Rec Board, and they always had a number from you all that said like 94% collection, but what number are we assuming this year?
96%.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, we're assuming that the collection, even in uncertain times, remains similarly assessed value, though we have dropping below the historical rate. Mhm.
Thanks.
I guess what I'd say is that we are at a critical moment where we need to demonstrate good planning and good foresight. I'm frankly pretty shocked at the assessed rate proposed increases at the sheriff's office this year, and I'm going to have a lot of questions about how we didn't see that coming when we were doing rate reductions in the last few years over at the sheriff's office. And it's I believe it's kind of a cautionary tale for all of us that if we we know that our property tax base is growing. We know that real values, market values are so much higher than assessed values that is going to grow. I mean, but we need to understand that that only does so much for us, and we need to live within our means, and we need to understand that drawing down all of these pots of money that we have had because of really good fiscal management of the county over the last couple of decades, that we can only do that for so long. So I hope that we will demonstrate good planning and foresight and fiscal responsibility as we move forward with decision making about this fiscal year.
I think that's what we have planned so far. We're up to that recess point a little early. Is it our will to recess at this point? All right, we'll take our break and reconvene at 2 p.m.
Are you asking if you want to do the budget?
If you wanted to do BOCC, yeah, early.
Review as Board of County Commissioners, looks like Whitney's heading us up on that.
Yes, thank you. I am Whitney Hale. I'm one of our 2 deputy county administrators, and I'm joined by our new grants and operations specialist, Stephanie Robinson. Stephanie's actually going to lead us through Funds 628 and Funds 625, BOCC and administration. And I'm going to play a supporting role as this is her first time through the county's budget process, but she has done a fantastic job thus far. So Stephanie, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Whitney. Eric, if you want to bring up. It's perfect. So first we'll go over the Board of County Commissioners budget for FY24. Really not much change in this budget from last year. As you can see here on the slide, this fund is primarily funded by 2 different resources, the internal service fund charges, and then a transfer from the general fund. Looking at requirements for FY24, a couple notable changes you may see when looking at the budget. So at the end of FY22, the county actually issued an RFP for lobbyist services and signed a new contract with the lobbyist. And that went into effect in early FY23. So the increase here, there's actually an increased cost for that service with a new lobbyist. And so that's reflected in the budget also for FY24. And then we moved the Monday Board of County Commissioner meetings upstairs to the Allen Room. So we expect to see a $2,500 savings in AV charges by moving the meeting up to that room.
And that's due to the fact that in this room, the system is complex enough that it requires an operator where Eric is sitting in the back, and the room upstairs is set up in a different way where it's more automated and there's not an operator required. So that's where we're seeing that savings.
Does anyone have any questions on this fund?
Just briefly on the resources, obviously costs have been going up, and that did an impact on the beginning working capital. Are you anticipating that you're going to be able to bring that number back up, or do you think it's going to continue the downward trajectory?
I think, the board's budget is fairly small. And so if there is a nuance or a change, there can have a big impact. So it's a tough, out of the 2 budgets, it's a little bit more difficult to predict. But I think we feel like I think the budget that we've prepared is reflective of what we're anticipating seeing. So I don't anticipate that we're going to have that continued decline of beginning net working capital moving into next year. That being said, because of its size, it can be challenging.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I had heard that the elected officials compensation committee approved or voted for an 11 or 12% increase for the pay increase for the commissioners. And while I appreciate that, I think it's actually too much. I did want to ask whether that is reflected in these numbers or whether these are old numbers.
These are not reflective of the elected officials compensation committee's recommendations. Those recommendations will come before the full budget committee towards the end of this week. And so these are the numbers, the personnel numbers you see in this budget are reflective of that before that decision was, or that recommendation was made.
I mean, the one other thing I would say about it is so many county employees through labor negotiations and contract negotiations fought so hard just to get a 4% increase that I personally don't feel good about taking an 11 or 12% increase if the vast majority of county staff are only taking a 4% increase. So I would, when that comes up for a vote, I'll be voting against it.
Oh, and I do want to point out that, the first year of COVID, I believe all electeds received 0 increase that year. And, we really didn't know where we were going to be at. So that was from a couple years ago, and something to think about. And then I'm really glad I'm saving the county because I opted out of hers, $27,873. So I know, amazing, but I said I would do it, and that's what I did. And anyway, it's kind of it's a big number.
And Commissioner Chang, it was 8% and then 4% for the COLA. That's how that came out.
Yeah, any other questions?
Okay.
All right, thank you. I think Whitney, you're staying because we're moving on to administrative services.
Thank you. We're gonna both stay and walk through, we'll tag team Fund 625, which is administrative services. I think we're just gonna pause for a minute as we transition the.
If you help to mention the page number, I'm able to find it pretty quick, but it get us right to it. This is-
Wait.
We're doing the same thing, yeah.
Page 153.
And it's 287, 286 in the binder if you want to see the line items.
Actually, and I realize how hard it is because of the cross references, but that might actually be a nice thing to do on future agendas. To just note the page numbers of the various things. Certainly helps the public, but I know that's a simple request with a really complex response.
And it is on this table.
There, what was the?
It's on the line item, it's 286 and 287
And then
and 288,
Right.
89.
No, we're done before.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like everyone has found their way in the binder. We'll go ahead and kick things off with Fund 625 County Administration. I'm going to start by talking a little bit about the accomplishments for fiscal 23, many of which Nick noted in his introductory remarks, and then I'll turn things over to Stephanie to kind of walk you through resources and requirements. So we had a busy year this past year in administration, as Nick noted in his introductory comments. We have a lot of new staff on our team and a really strong team right now. We have new members in our front office. We have a new digital communications coordinator. We have a new grants and operations specialist. And we also have Jen Patterson, who's the county's strategic initiatives manager. So a lot of the accomplishments you see noted in this slide are directly tied to those new staff members who are already contributing. And we're seeing a lot of great work coming out of the administrative services team. So you'll note, I'm not going to read line by line through this slide, but our internal auditor, David Givens, who's sitting in the back of the room, he and his team, his performance auditor, received multiple audit awards from ALGA, which is their professional association. And I just want to call out, David received the Lifetime Achievement Award from ALGA this year, which is a great honor. And David, as Nick noted, yeah. David's announced he'll be retiring from the county at the end of June. And so we're currently in process to recruit for a new internal auditor, which David's been in his role for 20 years. And so he's going to leave some big shoes to fill, certainly in that position. Eric Brian, who's sitting in the producer seat back in the back, has really just brought so many new ideas and innovations to the way that we're connecting with our residents. We launched a new podcast this year, Inside Deschutes County. So if you're a podcast person, we encourage you to take a listen to that. I think you're on episode number 3 tomorrow. So lots of great information coming in a new platform for us through Eric's work there. Jen Patterson, our strategic initiatives manager, has her arms around such a wide variety of work. We've launched the Wolf Depredation Compensation Committee at the board's direction. She's facilitating coffee with the commissioner events around the county, and just really giving us a great foundation with our CPACE program, which Nick mentioned earlier. Thanks to Stephanie's partnership with Health Services, we've been able to implement new language access capabilities across departments in this building. So things like remote interpretation services, video interpretation services, really broadening the way that we can connect with residents. And so that's been a great advancement for us. Previously, we were relying on a lot of phone interpretation. And so really excited about those new capabilities, which it sounds like we were emailing last week are being used, and people are able to walk up to the counter and use those services. So that's fantastic. As Nick noted earlier, we did facilitate a transition to a new medical examiner earlier this year. And so we have 2 people that are sharing in that role. That's a service that touches many county departments and offices, particularly in the public safety side. And so that seems to be working well. And then certainly Eric Kropp and numerous other staff are working to support the Coordinated Houseless Response Office. And so that's been, there's been a lot of work going into that particular focus area and that office this year. And then last but not least, Jen Patterson's work in securing Oregon Department of Energy grants has been fantastic. We've seen success through those applications, and she's really giving us some additional capacity to pursue projects that historically I'm not sure that we would have had the bench strength to do, just due to our size limitations. So all in all, a fantastic year for us and county administration. And I do just want to open it up to Nick and Eric if there's anything else you'd like to add.
I think the only thing I would add is the photo is me with the new podcast equipment in Eric Freon's office. So it puts it into context, one of the improvements we made this past year, thanks to Eric.
All right, jumping into the budget. So resources for FY24. So as an internal service fund department, 81% of our resources come from charges that we charge out to the departments, and we're expected to see an increase of 4.9% this coming year. And there's also 2 small transfers also from video lottery funds and the general fund for personnel costs. And then looking at our requirements, so majority of this budget is actually personnel services. But to call out a few of the other requirements, you'll see in some maybe more different changes from FY24. We've added a small budget for translation services. So this goes back to what Whitney had just discussed, our interpretation and translation services. And then also coming out of the pandemic, we've budgeted an increase in our conferences and seminars, education, and then corresponding travel for those activities. And with more people on our growing admin team, there's really been more of an investment by administration to invest in our team and employees. So with more people, more conferences, you'll see a 63% increase in the budget for those activities. And then lastly, one thing I just wanted to point out, traditionally, department employee recognition has been budgeted in the admin budget. And this year it's actually transferred out. So you'll be seeing our employee recognition budget in the individual departments. And we've also increased that this year from $10 per FTE to $20 per FTE.
I want to pause there before we move forward. Are there any questions on resources or requirements before we move into future initiatives and current challenges?
When you did the travel increase, were you focusing on just a general cost adjustment based on the growth of travel, or were you looking at targeted conferences or targeted trainings and adjusting that line?
It's all based on targeted travel. So we ask staff, which is not always, it actually generally is possible. We ask staff to really get specific about what it is they'll be doing, where is that going to be located, and then to cost as accurately as we're able to. The the costs we expect to see related to that. So one example is Jen Patterson this week is at a conference related to the CPACE program. That's something that a year ago would not have been on our radar or something we would be participating in. So it's just sort of an example of as we've grown and as we've expanded the services that we are providing, we're seeing that related increase.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, I'll move ahead to look at current challenges and future initiatives. Certainly, I think the work of the Coordinated Houseless Response Office, it's new. And I think that as we look to the future, we think about future funding for that office and what that may look like. And that's something that's certainly been on the budget team's radar as we look to the future. And then as you'll note, throughout a number of departments' presentations, we're going to have a lot of near and medium term capital projects on the horizon. And so one challenge that we anticipate in administration is working with the board and finance and certainly our facilities team on how we'll fund those future projects. So those are a few of the areas that we see looking to the future and currently. As I mentioned in opening remarks, we anticipate hopefully pending a successful recruitment that will be onboarding a new county internal auditor. So we're in progress with that recruitment, but certainly that will be a change for us within the department. We are not a large team, and so certainly a change there. We're also in the coming year really excited about Brenda Fritzvold's work. She's convened a cross-departmental committee to really look at the county's contracting process and really look for ways that we can make improvements in that and streamline it for departments. We have a lot of contracts that flow through the varying departments and offices up through legal and to the board or to administration. And she's really taking a collaborative look at that process alongside legal and IT and looking for ways that we might be able to streamline that, which I think will have a ton of efficiencies for the entire organization. So we're really excited about that project. And then Jen Patterson, hopefully, the conference this week may spark some of those new ideas, but really excited about continuing implementation of the CPACE program here in Deschutes County and her work in leading that program. So that's a little bit on future initiatives.
Whitney, I realize the Coordinated Houseless Response Office is in the startup phase. Is there any talk about doing a cost sharing program between the local governments, the county and the state? Do you think there's any opportunities, particularly at the statewide level, to keep that going after year 2?
I'm going to defer to Eric. Eric is leading
Yes.
administration's role with supporting the office.
The cost share is really front loaded for that program. Part of signing on to that House Bill 4123 was that the state would provide $1 million in funding, and then the cities and the county would provide the additional funding for 3 additional years. So it's still possible, but there hasn't been discussions in the current legislative session. But it's always.
It might be helpful to start those now, because once you do a startup phase and then funding dies off if it's not available, particularly in the rural parts like Sisters or Redmond that might not have the financial wherewithal to fund a program like that long-term. Lapine, it might be helpful to start having those conversations with Doug or your lobbyist now at the statewide level. It's just a comment.
I don't
or
think we
suggestion.
have to spend $1 million the first 2 years.
Correct. It can carry forward.
We can, if we actually do it frugally and with all this other MAC money that's coming in and with more money that we're hoping for, we may be able to spread it out a little.
Okay, thank you.
Although there is a special request that I saw on there that would accelerate that spend pretty
Oh, I'm
quickly.
sure.
That one has been removed.
Oh, that one has been.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
okay,
Good to know.
thank you.
I mean, there are bigger questions about what the Coordinated Homeless Response Office has accomplished and whether it will be successful. And I suspect that, for me, from from one county commissioner's perspective, I am asking myself a lot of questions about the county's future willingness to invest in the Coordinated Homeless Response Office based on what I've seen it accomplish so far. So
Maybe it's a different
I
entity.
think there's a lot of questions that need to be resolved about what it's supposed to be doing and how it gets that done.
Especially if the county is being asked to contribute a reasonable sum moving forward, question. And again, I think we're gonna hear from them later in the week. But the question would be, would you want to put funds through that, or would you want to put funds through something like behavioral health or the health department, health services overall, and better spend it toward the response there? I don't know the answer, but it is probably something we need to be talking about.
Well, it's partly that is partly tied up with what is the role of the coordinated homeless response office and what is the role of direct service providers, because they are not the same.
Right.
But we did, I mean, when we said we wanted to be part of this pilot, this 5-year pilot, the deal was the state gives us the first 2 years, and then we're supposed to pick up the remainder, or figure out how to cover the remaining period. So we've made a commitment. I just think it's like, I would really like to see it. I would like to have some clarification on what it's doing and how it's going to get it done,
Well, there's policy things, which of course this committee doesn't really do. That's left to the Board of Commissioners and the administration, but then there's also budgetary things and budget. Yes, I realize this is a government institution, but when we're talking about limited funds and potential crossovers, within the next couple of decades in terms of cost versus revenue, you have to start thinking ROI to some level. And it's easy to start something, it's easy to continue something, it's very hard to stop something, but in order to be able to maintain a budget, there is a start, a stop, and a continue aspect to it. And I think we need that as a budget committee is something we'll need to be talking about.
All right, any other questions on Fund 625?
I just have a brief one, and sorry, I'll bring it up in a couple more presentations as well in terms of some of this high level staff turnover. It's because it's not only just staff turnover, it's actually pretty senior staff turnover, and you're highlighting a lot of what you're getting in. Bringing senior staff into any culture can sometimes be very difficult. And actually could end up being costly if you bring people in and don't train them or adequately onboard them. Have you looked at administrative ways or other ways to be able to drive that process to make sure you're successfully putting people into the culture so that we don't lose them a year or two later when they discover they don't fit?
I think we're really cognizant in administration that I think one of the things, and Stephanie can probably attest to this, is that there's the culture of administration, but there's also probably more importantly, the culture of the county. And so really supporting staff in getting out and understanding what departments do and why they do them. And so I think with all of our new staff, we've been really focused and acutely aware of that it's important to get outside of this building and see what departments do and understand that and build those relationships. So I do think that we're really focused in investing in our new staff, making sure they have the supports centrally, and also that they have the relationships and the broader contextual understanding of what the organization is doing and how they play a role in supporting and furthering that. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. And I'll also note that I think there is a good mix of, even just looking in this room, of new people coming in, as well as people who have been in the organization for a long time that have moved up into very successful roles. So I think the county's balancing that very well. I just want to make sure that you've got a plan to be able to continue that, because that's a hidden cost that really starts to hurt farther down the road.
If I could just follow up on the last presentation for the Board of County Commissioners. Because we are using Workiva, the new software, after the employee elected officials compensation committee, Dan was able to update all the budget numbers and CAM. So the numbers reflected in the document do include all of the various elected official dollar amounts. So that's in the proposed budget numbers. We could still talk about them later, but I wanted to clarify that comment.
Specifically,
It's like, okay.
specifically with the board, it was about $36,000. I think that was an increase transfer to the general fund to cover that 8% increase plus the 4% COLA, the 12% total. But as Robert said, we can talk about those during the budget decisions individually, what the financial impacts were.
Thanks, Dan.
It's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll turn it over to risk management.
All right, thank you.
Risk management's page 151.
And it's 317 if you want the line item.
All right, next up is risk management. We'll turn it over to Eric.
Good afternoon. For the record, Eric Crop, Deputy County Administrator, and also the 0.25 Risk Manager. So actually, to correct myself, it's a 0.75 Deputy County Administrator also. I'd like to make this presentation interactive. So if everybody can pull out a pen or pencil, this is an exercise you're going to do just with yourself, not with your neighbor. If you could write down a couple different categories. Any natural disasters in the United States over the last year, any economic uncertainty in the United States or the world, and any political turmoil in the United States or the world. And that could be the last year or currently. So that's the immediate assignment. And economic uncertainty.
Just to write it down on a piece of paper, not
Yes.
each other.
Yeah. So just write down either recent or current natural disasters in the United States, economic uncertainty, and examples of political turmoil. And the political turmoil could be in the United States or the world, or both. And later in the
A lot of stuff going.
no, just as long as you have at least one or two, that's good enough. And we'll come back to it later in the presentation. As long as you have one or two, you're done. All right. If I was a teacher, I would look for eyes and then I'll say pens down. All right, thank you for that. We'll come back to it and I'll tie it into risk management later in the presentation. All right, first slide is an overview of risk management. Eric, if you, or do I, I have the clicker. In risk management, we oversee the county's workplace safety program, the skid car program, which there's a picture on the slides. With the skid car, you can see that dolly and that lifts up the front end of the vehicle. That creates less friction and forces into a slide. So under skid car training, we have an instructor and the driver drives around cones in a big square. And then because of the less friction, the car goes into skid and the instructor works with the student on coming out of the skid. It's a great program. I know that when I took driver's ed and even later driver's training classes, they always say, okay, if you're on ice and you're skidding, turn into the slide, or they give you some instruction that you have to think through it. And after going through the skid car program, you quickly learn to adapt and look where you want to go and then turn that direction. We did put a skid car on hiatus during COVID-19. And then probably about six or 7 months ago, we started up the program. We had a backlog of both employees and the general public because the program is open to the general public for a small fee. We had a backlog. We worked through getting our employees through the program, and now it's back open to the general public as well. The reason why we do skid car is because we're predominantly self-insured, and we want to keep our employees safe and pay out less with vehicle damages. In risk management, we also work with a number of county departments to issue event permits. It's predominantly the bike races, the triathlons, but there's also music events and other types of events that we permit. And then we manage the county's insurance programs. Next, I want to talk about the different types of insurance programs we manage at the county. The first is unemployment. You've heard me say this each year, we're fully insured on unemployment. We charge departments a percentage of payroll, and that pays for the unemployment insurance. It's the state of Oregon that determines whether or not the employee receives the benefit or the former employee receives the benefit, and then we pay that bill directly. For vehicle insurance, we're fully self-insured, although we do purchase an insurance policy for a handful of vehicles, mostly in the sheriff's office, that go out of state. And the reason why we do that is in the state of Oregon, there's the Oregon Tort Claim Act limit, which limits our liability. But going out of state, that limit is gone because it's out of our state. So to protect the county, we purchase a typical vehicle insurance for those vehicles. On property, we're self-insured. We have it's either a $20,000 or $25,000 self-insured retention, which is like a deductible. But I went through, and every year we look over the list of all of the county's properties and some equipment, and we ensure the county's property is estimated to be worth about $226 million for the buildings and the large equipment. So that's what we insure with the property policy.
Is that done on a depreciated cycle, or is that value new?
I'm not sure.
I mean, I would assume it's replacement, but
Yeah, I think it's a replacement, and I mean, of course, that's part of why the property insurance increases, because of the cost to replace buildings.
Okay.
The next program is general liability. For general liability, we're self-insured up to $1 million. So the first $1 million, we just pay it. And then we purchase an excess general liability policy that covers claims that are over $1 million and up to $10 million. We purchase general liability through a purchasing pool called OPEP, which is Oregon Public Entity Excess Pool. OPEP includes a couple of other counties, and then CIS, which is City County Insurance. CIS provides insurance for most of the smaller cities and counties in Oregon, but we're able to pool together our purchasing policy. For workers' comp, we're self-insured, but we do purchase an excess policy that covers claims over $1 million for sworn and over $500,000 for non-sworn county positions. And then cyber insurance, we started purchasing that a number of years ago, and every year it costs more and we get less because of that type of market.
just on that, most, or at least a couple of years ago when I was looking at them, a lot of the cyber insurance policies would actually give you breaks based on the policies that you have implemented internally. So maybe the better question is to ask the IT department, but do you do countywide? It's not, I mean, cyber training, but just overall countywide security training, which might also affect some of your other policies.
Yes. What happens with cyber is, to purchase it, you have to fill out quite an extensive questionnaire, and they ask you things that you're doing. And then there are certain things, if you're not doing them, they won't insure you. And that kind of helps sell to the organization changes that we have needed to make in this area. And one of that includes training employees. The multi-factor authentication is a huge one. So in that, they kind of gave us some time. We knew that we needed to implement that before the next renewal. But what they look for, the insurers look for best practices to protect their investment. So it helps us. Next, I'm going to talk about current challenges and future initiatives. And this is where the assignment comes into play. Every year I meet with our insurance brokers who go out and purchase insurance. And what they do is they usually tell me whether or not the market is hardening or softening. And I always find that as a funny terms, because every year I have to look it up, because to me, it's not intuitive. You know, what's good and what's bad. But a hardening insurance market is bad. That means that there's less insurers out there. They want to insure less. There's greater demand for insurance. So a hardening market usually means that costs are going up. A softening market is opposite. That's good for us. It means that there are lots of people that want to insure us, and means that costs are going down. But generally the conversation goes like this. They say, well, Eric, got some bad news. The insurance market is hardening. You know what's going on. And now if we can go around the room, please share with turmoil and the economic uncertainty.
Wildfire.
Because of the wildfires both in the West and no longer the wildfire season, it's all year round. Jim?
Global inflation.
Global inflation, not only in the United States, but Europe is seeing it as well. In Germany, global inflation is driving up the market. Judy? Debt ceiling, the political turmoil. If we don't pass the bill, then we're gonna lose all the money. Commissioner Dare?
Ukraine, did anybody mention?
Ukraine, that's an excellent one because of the war in Ukraine and Russia. Bruce?
Rate of inflation.
Because of runaway inflation, it's impacting all of us. Nick?
At rate of inflation and rising costs.
Okay, rising costs. Robert?
I have a unique one after listening to health services, the increase in syphilis in the county.
Yes, because of the
Reply to that.
transmittable diseases. Dan?
Uncertainty, or is that political turmoil
It's the other disease.
or a natural disaster?
Natural.
Dan?
I just heard corporate bankruptcies were the highest that they've been in over 10 years.
Corporate bankruptcies and economic uncertainty. Cam? What's that? Debt ceiling. All right, we got that one down.
We'll go to Commissioner DeBonne.
All right.
Springtime flooding.
Oh, yes, flooding. We'll hear a lot about flooding this year in addition to wildfire. So the challenges are insurance premiums are increasing for all of those reasons that we just heard. Workers' comp PTSD claims are a real thing. The state of Oregon passed a law a couple of years ago that stated if somebody is public safety and they have PTSD, it's presumed to have come from work unless proven otherwise. So the burden of proof is really on the employer. And that has increased the number of PTSD claims and the cost of those. Also, vehicle repairs those costs are going up significantly. The supply chain is impacting that. We were working on a repair of a vehicle, the collision was our fault. We're waiting for the car to get out of the shop and paying a lot of money for a rental car. Also, the cost of workers' comp medical claims are increasing. And then just a couple of future initiatives. Megan in our front office does a great job for risk. She's working to automate skid car. And then we will continue to use the excess pool to purchase our general liability and cyber.
Eric, are you getting either asked or are you investigating any medical baselining on certain job codes in the county? The example, and I know we only peripherally have it in the county, is fire departments are being asked to do medical baselines on all their new hires and medical baselines on the existing employees. Because then if there's a cancer occurrence later, they want to be able to point back to that medical baseline. Does the road department do it because they deal with hazardous chemicals or toxins, or anybody else? Have you been asked to do that by any of the insurance carriers?
We do it for hearing protection. So we'll do baselines of hearing levels. And then I know that the 911 and the sheriff's office does a lot of the background of the psychological exams.
It's and again, I don't know, you might want to look into some of the, true medical baseline for future cancer claims or other spaces like that. You want to respond to the people that legitimately did get an on-the-job issue, but you don't want to pay for otherwise health incidents that wasn't job related.
Yeah. We don't have firefighters, so that's we don't have that requirement for the cancer stuff. But good thoughts, Jim. Other questions?
PEEP is, or it was CIS, or is that another?
CIS is one of the members of OPEEP.
And so OPEEP is doing cyber.
Yes. They're purchasing.
A specialty branch of, with the requirements of policies that we need to implement to qualify or whatever.
What was the question?
I was just interested to see that OPEEP is doing cyber, knowing that that's an interesting new avenue.
Yeah, they purchase it for the CIS members, and then we also get quotes, which helps us because we're able to get quotes or purchase as a big entity.
Everybody's doing cyber anymore. The exposure profile is just so big anymore that everybody's starting to respond on the cyber side because it's impacting so many other insurance claims.
But I was thinking about the technology end of it, so here's $100 in case, just buying a policy, but there's a lot of technology behind that. What is the risk
Right.
profile? What tools are you using? What is it getting better or getting worse? Just like you're saying, is a soft or a hard market?
Yeah, and Tanya's been doing a lot of work in that area. All right, I think we're about out of time.
Yes, I guess that with CIS in the mix. Maybe there's a specialized look at the cybersecurity risks of a local government. I mean, I believe I just heard that the cyber ransom people just got Curry County or Coos County. And Curry.
Curry and still down.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, we a local government that's a tax collector has a certain, has a unique risk profile among institutions that do online business that are vulnerable to cybersecurity attacks.
Yes. All right, thank you very much. Turn it back to the chair.
Thank you, Eric. Veteran Services, Keith. Hey, Keith, come on up.
Page 145.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm Keith McNamara. I'm the manager of the Veteran Service Office. Do I have a clicker?
Keyboard key.
Okay. Oops. Yep, that didn't work. Staffing for the Veteran Service Office is the manager, which is myself, and then I have 2 VSOs. I have 1 assistant VSO, which is soon to be reclassified into a VSO position. And then I have 1 admin support tech.
It's on page 37 if you want the details.
Some of the services that we provide, we assist with connecting veterans and their families with some of these benefits: disability, pension, healthcare, vocational rehab, survivors benefits, death benefits, limited education benefits. And the reason I say limited is because the VA requires that they do through a portal online for education benefits. So we just point them in the right direction for that. Any of the state benefits that they may be entitled to, such as permanent license plates, hunting and fishing licenses permanently, state parks pass, property tax exemptions, partial property tax exemption, things like that. And then also referrals to other community resources, such as like COVO, Central Oregon Veterans Outreach, who does a lot of the housing and the homelessness. Veterans Ranch, which is really a great place to go to connect with nature, and it helps with the therapy, being outside and just getting outside and doing, connecting with nature pretty much. It's a great place. And then other services as well. Assisted living facilities, nursing home facilities, things like that too. So
Keith, can you tell me about the reduction in the property tax exemption? Is that based on a percentage of the disability?
yes, they have to have at least 40% service connected disability to get a partial property tax exemption. And they take a certain amount off of the top of the appraised value, and you don't pay property taxes on that amount. It was around 28,000. I'm not sure exactly what it is right now. but it was about 28,000 that they would take off the top of the appraised value. So the veteran wouldn't pay property taxes on that $28,000. So. Accomplished some of the accomplishments so far this year. We have maintained and strive to maintain a less than a 10-day wait period for appointments, which we've done very successfully. So far, we provided services this year to 1,253 veterans and family members. And brought in, and this is new money, not old money, $1,571,000 to the veterans and their families for VA benefits. And the good thing about that is when you bring money in to the veterans and their families, they spend it here in Deschutes County. So it helps the county as well.
When you say new money versus old money, do you mean this is in addition to the level of veterans benefits that were coming into the county before? There's 1.5 million higher than that?
Higher than that. This is new claims, new benefits that have been awarded this year. Nothing that was previously gotten in past years. So,
Well, Keith, I noticed that we allocated $5,000 last year for public information. And it doesn't look like anything has been spent. And then we're allocating that again. What are the plans to use that funding for?
for me,
$5,000 and it says public information.
uh-huh.
And I'm just wondering, is that something we're missing on if we didn't use it last year? You know, Whitney?
I haven't, let's see, I haven't used it yet this year, I don't believe. Let me check. Oh, information. Yeah, I have a program out right now that they're doing promotional and advertising with, that some of that money will cover that cost. It's through a contractor who I'm working with, doing promotional and advertising. We awarded the contract to them. And along with the promotional advertising money, the public notices will be kind of combined into that. So,
And Keith, just to add in, Commissioner Dare, I think you'll see those actuals on page 39. So there's two advertising lines in this budget, which are sort of there's similarities up to public information. So you'll see that reflected there.
So on page 39, right?
So you are going to use it. And I
Oh,
see
yeah.
your commercials.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
So
Good. We're doing a lot of social media, radio, and TV commercials. So, and it's working real well. We're tracking we're asking people how they heard if they're new clients. So, and we're tracking that to make sure that the program is working.
probably helps you bring in over the 1.57. Yeah.
It's helped. Yeah, we just started this not too long ago. So, but we've already got great response from veterans and their family members saying that they heard it on the radio, or they saw it on TV or the social media ads. And they're doing postings every week right now. So on social media and Facebook. So, and for the younger generation, that's the way to go. They see that more than anything else. So,
So you're driving effectively very good statistics here. And first of all, thank you for that, for what the
absolutely.
portion of the county does. It's very important, and it's serving the community that deserves the respect that you're giving it. So you're maintaining a 10-day or less wait time for services. And then you also say providing services to 1253, which, given your department of 5, basically means each one of you is serving one person a business day. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
As it goes. In general, are we seeing more veterans in the area? And if we get an influx of more veterans, does that mean your department's going to have to scale proportionally, or do you think you can continue to maintain with what you have?
We should be able to continue to maintain it. And the reason I say that is because Yeah, we see one person a day, but we also see recurring veterans coming in for increases in their benefits or changes to their benefits. So it's not just the new vets. This is just new vets that we're counting here, new clients that we've seen this year. So it's not everybody we see. Normally, well, on average, we see 3 to 4 people a day each. So it's and a lot of them are, like I say, recurring. They come back, they want to change their benefits, get them increased. Their conditions might have gotten worse or financial status has gotten worse, certain things like that. But we do see a lot of veterans that come back.
So effectively, you're seeing one new a day per person.
Per person.
For that statistics.
Yeah.
You know, so if you go from 3 to 4 to 7 to 8 a day, you know, how sustainable, where do you hit a sustainability point that you need more staff?
That's a hard question to answer because, and the reason I say that is because it depends on the complexity of what each person is asking for. You know, some new people may take a half an hour. Some people may take an hour and a half. So it varies by claim, by person, and what benefits they're seeking. So it's really kind of a hard question to answer.
Okay, thank you.
If you buy that, I'm sorry.
You answered my question.
Oh, yeah.
Is your office like the gateway or access point for every single veteran in our community to get to their benefits? Or are there a lot of people who are also just kind of handling their benefits kind of on their own? They know how to, you know, get through the system and get to the federal government, and they're just doing their thing independent of your office.
There are those. And I'll be honest with you, we do see a lot of them after they try it on their own, simply because it doesn't work properly.
It's very complicated.
And that's not true in all cases, you know. There is va.gov. You can go in and apply for your own benefits, upload your own documents, and but we're here, what we do is we advocate and we educate and assist them in doing all those steps. So it's yeah, they can do it on their own. And honestly, the newer generation do that. Older generation, no, they don't. They think it's too complex and they don't want to deal with it. So, and I don't blame them because it is. So the resources, right now, the state government, which is the Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs, provides 22% of our funding, and the general fund is about 78% of funding. The state government payments are from Senate Bill 93, which is the lottery funding, which is 1.5% of all lottery funds go to veteran services. And that goes to the Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs and gets distributed to each county. There's a set amount that goes to every county, and the rest is based on veteran population. So like the larger counties, Multnomah, Clackamas, Washington, they get a lot more than we do, and we get a lot more than Baker County. So it's based set amount and then based on veteran population. So NAR's been pretty steady last few years. It's been real steady at 182,000 per year. So which is good. And it really helps with the promotional advertising, materials, services, things like that. Well, yep. And requirements. 75% of all of our requirements are for personnel, and the other 25% goes towards materials and services. Like I just said, other aspects, advertising, promotion, office stuff, computers, peripherals if we need them, that kind of thing. Oh. And any fiscal issues, the only fiscal issue this year really is the associated cost, increased cost with reclassifying one staff member from an assistant veteran service officer to a veteran service officer. Once they attain accreditation through the state, then they are eligible to move into the veteran service office position. And I've been working with HR on that. So, and then operational challenges, maintaining the 10-day wait period, conducting outreach to other areas of the county, and attending outreach events within the county. Those are always a challenge. We do the fair, we do stand downs, you know, when COVO or other organizations have stand downs, we attend, which takes staff out of the office and puts them at the events. Not all staff, because we try and divide it up so that there's still staff in the office and staff at the events. So that is a little bit of a challenge, and it does push back a little bit on the appointments, just because of that. They're out of the office those days. But other than that, but that's pretty much it. So, and thank you very much. Is there any questions I
Keith,
can
a quick
answer?
question. A few years ago, we authorized additional staffing to help maintain service levels.
Yeah.
And there was a significant demand on services because of Afghanistan and Iraq and
Right.
the Gulf War. And we wondered whether there would be an impact in your office because you were able to provide service at a higher rate than others in the region, whether you'd see more activity. Do you have a report on that? Do you?
We do have one additional VSO, which thank you very much. We actually stole him from Cook County. He was the director out there at the Veteran Service Office. So we stole him from there. So he has some experience. But it has helped us maintain that 10-day wait period without that extra staff member. We would have gradually climbed. There was a point a few years ago that we were almost 3 months out on appointments. So that was unacceptable.
Do you think you see, are you probably helping a wider region than just Deschutes County through your office or?
No, well, right now we're assisting Crook County, and simply because their office is closed. They don't have any staff out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we took one of their staffs, yeah. So we're assisting Crook County right now, best we can. Obviously, we're putting Deschutes County veterans first, but we are assisting Crook County. And honestly, they just hired a office manager. And she's going to be coming to my office Wednesday and Thursday to shadow, to kind of get some understanding of the process and how things are going. And we'll always be a phone call away and always there to help. You know, it's county lines are county lines, but when somebody needs help, they need help. So we try to do the best we absolutely can. So.
Do you track or have specific outreach to homeless veterans, and how are you getting to them so they can access their benefits with help from your office?
Well, the homeless veterans, mostly we go through COVO because they deal with the homeless population. So we kind of work hand in hand if they're looking for benefits for the homeless, such as service related benefits, then we step in and give them a hand. But as far as housing and things like that, they take care of all that. So, yeah.
Thank you, Keith.
Any other questions? No? All right. Thank you.
Next up is Human Resources, Kathleen.
page 175 for the program.
And 306, and I gotta be patty to the punch at least once.
Oh my gosh, you did. A competition. I'm sitting between two.
Were you the first board too?
No, on the last.
Okay, wow. What was that number again, Joe?
306.
Hello. Kathleen Hinman, HR Director.
Jason Bavuso, HR Manager.
I submitted the slides in not in PDF form, and so I am requiring the assistance of Eric to scroll for me. So I really appreciate his support here. So we'll just wanted to introduce human resources budget. And first off, first year that we have had that I've had the pleasure, and you all now, to meet our HR manager, because that was a position that was added last budget round. So thank you. And here is the fruits of that labor. And that kind of gets into our overview. We've made some changes in human resources this year. So we have myself as director, an assistant, and then we have sort of what we're referring to the benefits team at the moment, just where this is all happening sort of as we go. And then we have the human resources manager that oversees our business partner team. And so we'll get into a little bit about that. I should say that we work very closely with a couple of staff who are human resource trained professionals, and they are embedded in our departments. And so I do want to call out that we have Jennifer Mannix and Rachel Kim at the Sheriff's Office and Kayla Harris in Health Services. And while they're not under the Human Resources Department, we work very, very closely with them on a regular basis. So next slide, please. So a couple of things that we do. We have our employment services, which is a really big and broad category for a lot of the work that we do. Our talent acquisition, which is, if anyone's following kind of newer modern terms, that it used to be called recruitment and selection. Classification and compensation. So that is still handled through the Human Resources Department. Performance development, employee and labor relations, and benefits and leave administration. I'd say those are the big buckets that house most of the work that we do. So department accomplishments, I would say this past year, and sometimes when you work with departments and you say, you know, you're implementing a new business model or you're a new division, I'll often say it can take up to a year to get fully staffed appropriately and correctly. And, you know, it's sort of shocking that number. And I'll tell you, we're at nearly a year and we're not quite there yet. So it's nice to sometimes kind of take your own medicine and go through that process. But we're really excited. We have this new model. And so this is the employment services area where we see our human resources manager. We have two business partners, and they're really kind of set up as teams. And we have two associate business partners and HR assistant. And this is a new model that we're rolling out. And we have a portfolio of departments that are assigned to and dedicated to the HR staff. And that actually, that announcement will be going out this week on informing departments who are all very interested to know who they get to work with on the team. While we're all fabulous, I'm sure there are some folks who are interested to and ready to move forward with their assignments. So we have the new HR manager position, and of course, Jason was promoted into that position through, again, taking my own medicine. We did external recruitments, went through that process, looked externally, and found that the best and most appropriate fit for that was our internal team. Of course, then we had to fill Jason's position behind him, which then led through a cascading series of promotions, and to which I was able to recognize also through external recruitments, just sort of how great our team is and move them up through the organization as well. So as there's a lot of similar faces. We are in different roles. Many of them are in different roles. And so there's a little bit of a learning curve still there. And additionally, one of our long-term staff members has given us a year's notice of their upcoming retirement. I should say that's an official year's notice. They have been doing the countdown for much longer than that. But this will be the biggest disruption, I think, that we've seen in our department in some time, as we have not had turnover in human resources. So we're working really hard, and we've come up with a plan and a program for that succession planning and that transfer of knowledge. Let's see. Okay, so these are some what I'll call it quick stats for the human resources department. So a couple of things here that we're on pace to complete over 300 recruitments this fiscal year. Again, we look at the number of recruitments. We also look at things like time to fill. That information isn't up on here. And then apps per recruitment. So we've been really looking at, made some changes to the way in which we advertise, what we advertise, and when we advertise, and not just the advertising, but we last year did a lot of work on the way in which we present and share who the organization is and what we're looking for in what would it mean to be a successful partner here at Deschutes County? And I think that we have seen a really great response to that in terms of our some of our language, posting language, et cetera, out to the organization. And then just being in some different areas in terms of social media and advertising as well. So we have seen an increase to our number of applications per recruitment. Anecdotally, we hear a lot of folks impressed with the pools that are coming in now. So I think that if anyone remembers this time last year, it was, we don't have any applicants, the quality of applicants, and we are seeing that starting to see that shift and that change, which is really nice. We continue to add FTE, so we continue to support that. And our turnover report, this is a number. And what I really looked at this year is that we do have, still higher turnover. It is lower than last year, which is great to see. As I went through department by department, it was really interesting because there are some departments who might have really high turnover. And in looking at that, there's a reason why. We've worked on something. We've addressed maybe an area that needed to be addressed in terms of performance or issue. We have seen some areas where leadership is turned over or promoted, and so we're bringing folks up and in, right? And then there are some areas where folks have decided to leave, and we dig into that to learn more about that turnover and those issues there within those departments. So this is a number. It's a good one to look at, but I also say that each of these lines and looking at each of the departments, they tell a story. All right, so department accomplishments, next page.
Just briefly on that before you go, do you expect an increased or a decreased number of retirements? I mean, I know that I think last year you said that you had some concerns about the aging of the county workforce. Are you seeing that, or is that starting to work its way through?
I think it's starting to work its way through. Any thoughts or comments on that?
I haven't looked statistically at it, so I don't.
I mean, you already said there's kind of an expected turnover reason for various things that you just said. There's kind of the unexpected of, couldn't maintain a wage scale or they found a better job. And then there's retirement, and those are, really three big categories to track and to understand. So I like that you're using the statistical tracking. Once you measure something, you figure out after a while whether it's the right thing to measure, but you don't until you start measuring something ever figure out what the right thing is.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I think that, it was really during the pandemic that we saw folks who are eligible to retire kind of look at that. I think that some changes in the economy may have had folks sort of think about if it's their time or not. And we're not seeing the big exodus that we had seen earlier with those being retirements. So this was, in hindsight, a wishful thinking slide. I should say in bullet point 1, we are concurrently bargaining 3 successor collective bargaining agreements. So we have not completed that yet. We're actively bargaining with our deputy district attorneys, parole and probation officers, FOPO, and IUOE, which is our road and solid waste departments employees there. This was a big lift. So I like to put this as an accomplishment, but Jason is actually sitting on 2 of those, and I don't know how we split it up. Was it Rochambeau, or I'm not sure, but I will say today that he does have 2 that are very labor intensive in terms of the work being done there for sure. So we anticipate wrapping these up. We technically have through the end of June to get that done on time. But we may find ourselves going beyond there. Just lots to talk about in this current situation and economy. So this next bullet point here, where I say increased collaboration with union partners and we foster a positive relationship among employees and employers. And I'm kind of being a little cheeky with my redacted information here. There's a lot of work that HR does that we can't really talk about publicly or in these meetings. But what I really wanted to point out here is that that employment team, they do a lot to support the department leadership and employees. It is a line that we in human resources value and walk, supporting both the employee and leadership in ensuring that we have create a workplace that is fair, that is equitable, that is a positive place to work. And I think that when we looked at things like retention and attracting and retaining top employees, one of the things that we looked at is, in our exit interview, our exit data shows this, as well as many studies out there, having appropriate wage and benefits is a key. Having a work environment that an employee feels valued, is productive, not toxic, is a huge key to retaining employees. And I'll tell you, we're a growing town, but we're still a small town. And so people do talk. And so the having a great reputation out there to be a great employer goes a long way in attracting staff. So the work that we do to address when there are, even to go as far as to say toxic work environments, I think really does go a long way. So there's a lot of work that we do that we can't talk about, but just know that we're doing it and it does make a big impact. Let's see. Next slide. All right, so our money. We are primarily people in human resources. So we do see an increase to our budget, our costs for sure. We are entirely funded by service funds out to the departments. And so our costs are for the people doing the work in HR. Couple of things, we do also house the countywide training funds and recruitment initiatives. And then we also manage the employee benefit program. So those are things that are housed in HR's budget as well. You can go on to the next slide there. So our requirements, we have, our succession planning for an upcoming retirement is a big piece of what we're looking at here. If you look at my expenses, our expenses,
planning for that. We have currently an overfill in our department, which we've budgeted for. And it's temporary, so at the moment. And the other pieces that we have, we're seeing a big increase in our training and education costs. So as we look at things like providing our public sector training partnership, those costs have gone up pretty substantial as we're seeing costs go up everywhere. Going to the next.
But one question is that enough of an increase in the training budget?
I think it is right now. We did a pretty decent increase in our training budget, and we are starting to ramp up our in-person trainings again. And we're using still using some of our virtual training and our sort of pre-recorded training. So I think that mix is working right now. One of the things that we are looking at and evaluating is the potential for a learning management system, and bringing that internally. That'll be part of kind of exploring next year with departments to make sure that we're meeting their needs. It looks different coming out of the pandemic, the training needs of everyone. So I think that it is an appropriate amount for right now. I do anticipate that as we move forward into fiscal year 25, that is where we would see an increase.
Where you have a limited ability, given unions or other things, to do like specialized or targeted retention training, really often, I would imagine would be the thing that would keep people. Oh, I'm learning things, I'm being able to do that. And that's a retention plan for the people that want to stay in the county.
Mhm.
So I mean, love to see that you have the contingency, but if there's a need to be able to drive that training, that's something I'd encourage you to look at. And I think the learning system from past experience is a really good way to do that.
Great. Okay, so our short-term fiscal issues, we have spiking costs and cost of living, materials, services, kind of like we've talked about and we've seen. And then the other one is that I will mention ensuring the health benefit fund reserve stays within policy requirements, given the cost of healthcare is really increasing. That is short-term, and I would say that's also probably a long-term fiscal issue as well. So really pointing to the cost of the performance development and training being that short-term fiscal need, looking also into next year, and then that health benefit fund. Our long-term, we're looking again at just with the increased cost of living here in Bend, attracting and retaining staff. We're not hearing it being as big of an issue as people exit the organization, citing that, but it's definitely something that we continue to watch for. And then again, balancing our robust and competitive health insurance benefits package while maintaining this, what I'll say is surging cost in healthcare right now. Okay, so current challenges and future initiatives. Again, as we transition from the prior service model in HR to the new service model, it is transferring and replacing knowledge from staff and including post-retirement. We have some manual processes within our leave program, leave administration program. And as we head into Paid Leave Oregon, which is essentially tomorrow, yet still being written, there's a lot to do there in terms of putting that program together.
On that, where are you in analysis of the impact on the various workforces? Have you done much of that yet?
A little bit. We don't know. We already have a general idea on what we anticipate seeing. I think that we'll have additional knowledge once we understand the play between our Oregon paid leave, which is still being sort of solidified, and Paid Leave Oregon. If it is in fact where I think it's heading, where it's Oregon paid and then Paid Leave Oregon in addition to it, that will be a big impact to our leave needs. Yeah. We also, so our future initiatives, Paid Leave Oregon, it's a big one. The other one is that we are looking at modernizing our policy and rules. So just looking at kind of where the county has been in terms of our existing human resources, especially policy and rules, kind of updating that or modernizing that. And then the other one would be performance review, a modernization there, and Jason's leading that. Just got a active team working on that. And then we have some RFPs that'll be coming up for our pharmacy benefit manager, deferred compensation plans. So some big lifts there in terms of looking at our benefits. Next slide. Okay, so our health benefit funds, this, I mean, if you're going to take anything away from this bar graph, just see that it's not steady. How's that? That we have surging and spiking, I think is really the big issue. And it's the impacts of inflation, supply chain disruptions, historic labor shortages, and delayed care are creating significant economic challenges for the entire industry. Last year, when we were looking at it, we knew that it was a big cost, a big lift. We had kind of two things happening. We had folks coming out of and accessing care that maybe weren't. And then we actually had three, but one in particular, very large claim. That, so one interesting thing with that, with our stop loss reinsurance, we received $1.5 million reimbursement of that claim back to us. What we're looking at right now is not a 1 or 2 or 3 large claims to where they're hitting that stop loss, but we're seeing one, just the cost of care itself. Conditions that didn't hit our high cost claims dollar thresholds before $10,000 are in there regularly now. So it's the number of those claims moving into that category and those categories that are really impacting our health benefits in ways that we just didn't anticipate. That cost per claim has just gone up. And as we continue to hear sort of everything that's going on locally with our healthcare, I anticipate that continuing to be the case. Next slide. So the resources here, the resources for Fund 675, which is what we're talking about now with the health benefits. This is primarily funded with the reserve or the beginning net working capital department charges. And then there's employee cost share in there as well. The department charge is the biggest one. The proposal this year, we had started off with a 10% increase, and we were asked to go back and make sure that was the right number. Thought maybe that was a little too high. So then we came back and said, actually, how about 11%? Had we done that same analysis, probably about 2 months later, I think Dan and I probably would have said, how about 20%? So it really is just changing kind of that rapidly. So right now we are recommending the 11% increase with likely plans to increase about 25% or more in the following year as needed. One thing I will say is that we haven't made an increase. We haven't had an increase to our department charge since 2017. And in fact, in one of those years, we actually reduced the charge. So when I look at, if I factored in the 11% and the 25% over the course of those years, it actually averages to about a 4% increase, annually. So we have some work to do there. We are looking at all revenue sources right now, including employee cost share as well. And then I think Commissioner DeBonne, you mentioned that we stopped a practice of charging for vacancies. And that is a practice that will be at least for this next year, picking back up to help with the shortfall. All right, next slide. So the requirements. We were anticipating that our claim spend that would return somewhat closer to pre-pandemic areas because we thought that the majority of the high cost in the year prior was related to those 3 large claims. And what we're seeing is it was, and we have the high cost of that, just the surge in the healthcare cost itself. I mean, I've seen numbers as much as 27% in some areas. So it's not, we're not immune to that. So we were seeing about a 3.5% year over year, and we were slowly working away at our reserve fund. We're now averaging in the similar span a 10.8% increase. Fiscal year 22 alone was 29.3. That was an anomaly. But we are seeing that high cost. And we also have a number more FTE. So we have more belly buttons on the plan. Those belly buttons cost. And they incur claims. Let's see. That is the end of the presentation. Just wanted to end with, this is really work of the entire human resources team. So I thank them. And then we have this saying that we say, make the work you do matter, because we think that the work that we do here does matter. I'm sure it does lots of other places, but we think that it really does here. Thank you. Any questions I can answer?
I'm trying to figure out how I explain our rising medical costs to other people. And would you say our people are getting sicker than they used to? Would you say the cost of X, Y, or Z condition is much higher than it used to be? Would you say both of those things? Is there more key factors to mention to people?
So it's interesting. We are working with our consultants to really dig down into that and look at the what is the impact. And when I asked them, what is causing it this month, I will say this last month was a big month, especially. And they said, I wish that I could say it was this one condition or this one thing, but in reality, it is the impacts of all of those things that the cost of care has gone up. So we don't necessarily have a sicker population or a population that is we are using more benefits, but it's because we have more people on the plan, right? So we have more claims, but we also have more lives on the plan.
So the usage per employee is not.
It's not dramatically going up. It really is looking like the industry itself, the cost of that care is what is really driving that. Now, what I will say is that we do have every year we work with an analytics company to do a deep dive into our claims. And we look at things, in fact, even projecting. And there was one year in which we saw our claims, we were likely to experience an increase financially in the cost of diabetic care on our plan. And so we implemented a new pilot program. In fact, we'll be coming up to look at the impacts of that program here pretty soon to see about getting in front of that. What I'm hearing is that there's not that one thing that we can do necessarily in this particular instance. But it has more to do with the cost of purchasing that office visit in our community at the moment.
So Kathleen, did you just say last month was really fairly significantly a dollar amount that went out? And so what is the chance then that we actually don't have our working capital starting at 5.7 million?
It is a very good, it is, I will say, it's not a chance. That is correct. No, it will not meet that number.
Okay, that's what I thought you were trying to say.
Yeah. So we, in fact, we were just working on that not too long ago. And we will probably eat into that. We're doing the analysis right now, but we will not come out with that same working capital, the 5 million. It will be lower.
That in turn will lower the contingency rate, which is already suboptimal, considering that we spent $5 million into the contingency this year.
And we spent 6.1 the year before.
And Kathleen and budget will be coming back to speak to the board about this year's additional budget allocation, reviewing that to see if there needs to be additional appropriation in the current fiscal year 23. So you'll have more discussion on that as well.
Okay, I thought you said something like maybe starting January 1st or something. We could do something significant, or are we waiting till January 1st of 24?
In terms of, so in this proposed budget, the cost to the department, which is the major factor in bringing in revenue to the plan, does have that 11% increase. I think potentially, if I'm understanding correctly, you may be referring to the employee cost share of that, and that would be done on a plan year. And in fact, we have Employee Benefits Advisory Committee tomorrow, and that will be one of the things that we look at and we have been talking about is the increase, any increased cost to employee shares, which also hasn't changed in, I think, did we say 10 years? About 10 years.
Am I tracking correctly that there's consideration not just about the employee cost share size changing, but also potentially, families versus individuals, kind of the structure of the copay?
Yes, and the reasoning behind that is when we look at wanting to maintain being competitive with our benefits, as we look at other organizations, both our direct competitors and then just generally, $90 is really on the top end for an individual. So if we were to raise that amount, we would no longer be competitive in terms of our benefit offerings. And so it really is kind of a catalyst for us to evaluate our model.
I would just speak to Commissioner Chang's question a little bit ago about, as Kathleen said, rising medical costs and inflationary costs. A few years back, we had that large reserve, as you remember, and we made a conscious decision to lower that reserve, which means that we made a conscious decision that our claims were not priced at the same rate as our rates.
Correct.
So that we could eat into those expenditures. I think we did that for a couple of years, and then this medical cost came in and it kind of double hit us because we already weren't adjusted with claims and rates. And ideally, at the end of the year, you can add as many, as Kathleen said, belly buttons as you want, but if you have the right rates and the right claims, then it should come out completely balanced. Yeah.
We have been using the reserve to supplement that cost, that true cost.
And then we supplemented quite a bit more than we had anticipated it.
It did, yes.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim. Get ready.
Next up is information technology.
310.
And page 179. There we go.
I've been
And-
replaced.
Yes. I'll let you have a few, don't worry. I just won't tell you when.
Oh, well, gosh.
All right, and we'll turn it over to Tanya.
Hi, everyone. Tanya Mahood, IT Director here. 3 months, just so you're aware.
Welcome, yes.
Thanks. So I brought Shad and Kevin with me, so managers here in the IT department. So if I can't answer any questions, hopefully they can help me with that. So starting off, there's no real structural changes in the IT department. And of course, we are here to provide support and technology solutions to the county.
And are you fully staffed or what's your vacancy rate?
Currently 1 vacancy that we're hoping to fill in the next couple of days.
Not a bad rate for IT.
Nope. We have longevity in the team. That's wonderful. Not a lot of turnover. We had 1 retirement this year and then my position as well, which was another retirement. Yeah. Starting off with accomplishments. So we converted all our accounts to Microsoft 365. So if you're not familiar with that, that's going from on-premise, which means infrastructure and services that are here, up into the cloud for Microsoft. And that was done for efficiency, modernization, and security reasons. And then with that new product, lots of new products that we have, we assembled an advisory committee to provide directions on using the products that are in Microsoft 365. Currently, there's 23 people that are represented throughout the county in order to give us that guidance that we need of which products to enable or what security features that we should turn on and off and such. And those recommendations are given to the IT department. We completed the onboarding of the managed cybersecurity service provider. So they are providing us a 24/7 security operations center and doing recurring vulnerability assessments and detections for us. And we filled the IT director position, that's me, and installed new firewalls, which enhanced our security and resiliency.
Just curious, since you've done that implementation, have you done any new penetration testing? To see if you've got new vulnerabilities or different vulnerabilities?
Yes. Yeah, we have.
And we've got a whole new code number that you have to put in when you upgrade your phone. So yeah, it's a wonderful system.
Thank you. So starting out with the Fund 660, it is funded by internal services. It has increased, and that is due to inflation of moving 2 full-time employees from different IT funds into this fund. We did some reorganization of those folks. And then I'm going to talk about this a couple times, so I just want to make sure it's clear with, oh, sorry, I haven't advanced the slide. Sorry. Microsoft 365 licensing. So it's a little confusing. We started with 1 level of Microsoft licensing, and then we have increased that level, or slowly going to increase that level over the next year. And that is an increase in cost. So with that fluctuation, we've moved it out of this fund into a different IT fund until it really starts stabilizing, and then we'll move it back into this fund. So we really kind of want this fund to be staying a little bit more not fluctuating as much. So I'll talk about that a couple times in here and ask any questions if you have any. Our majority of our cost in this fund is personnel services. We have some major expenditures, which is the contracted services for cybersecurity. And then of course, some software maintenance and agreements that are in here as well.
Are you saying the 238,000 is for cybersecurity contracted?
So 200,000 is for the managed security, cybersecurity. Yep. 226 is for software maintenance and such. So short-term fiscal issues, the Microsoft 365 licensing, like I discussed, was moved out of this fund. And then another short-term fiscal issue is the department anticipates potential need for additional full-time employees. And that's really pending further information, especially with my new position. I'd like to dig into that and figure out what do we need and where do we need it. Some of the long-term fiscal issues meet the needs of the growing organization. It's becoming more reliant on technology. Everyone, I think, recognizes that. Preparing for and managing increased cost of labor and systems and equipment. Everything is increasing in cost. And then, of course, managing the cost around cybersecurity. It's something that is extremely important and costs a lot of money in order to not only implement, but support. So challenges, again, increased cybersecurity requirements, where the requirements are increasing every year or every month almost. We have a new thing that we need to be doing in order to become 1, compliant and 2, secure, right? Of course, increased cost of labor, services, and products. Providing staff training and keeping up to date, something that it is something that we just currently aren't doing well. Hiring and maintaining appropriate staffing. And then, of course, we have a 10% turnover, like I discussed, which were 2 positions in the IT department. Both were retirees.
Can you give me an idea of how many hours of training you're requiring annually for county employees for on either cybersecurity, security, or in that space?
I don't think that we have a requirement, or do we?
We do
Yeah.
not, we don't not currently have a actual stated hour legal requirement. It's encouraged, of course, and provided. The access is provided. But
It's especially as you're talking about, training platforms on HR, being able to
Yeah.
double back and forth on that. And then a lot of that cybersecurity training actually, I found in other contexts, turns out to be one, personally valuable to the people, which encourages retention, but also at the same time eliminates or at least reduces the potential for blackmail attacks.
Yep.
That come in, especially out of a government institution.
Yes, we are currently doing training, especially on the email side, which is our highest vulnerability, right? So would we like to increase training? Absolutely. Mm.
There's an opportunity there. I'm on a statewide committee, and the Workday system that the state has, they just lock me down and send me emails and make me do training just to go on there. I'm just wondering how many, county employees maybe have them touching that system and doing some required training outside of ours. And it's all the basics too, email and phishing and all the different things.
We do have a requirement on training when somebody is onboarded. And I'm actually not entirely sure if we have any statistics of who is and who
And
isn't.
I've been required to do state training, is my point.
Okay.
just because I'm using their system. So
Oh,
that's
gotcha. Yeah.
It's like shadow training. You don't even know what's going on.
Yep, absolutely. It's a great point. So some of the future initiatives in this fund is benchmarking our security posture with peers, trying to understand where we land with other like-size organizations. And then establishing an ITIL framework, and that's really the best practices for IT services and improving our service levels. Objectively establishing a maturity of the organization. I don't think we truly understand where we're at in IT. Are we mature? Where do we need to go? And so we will be doing some assessments to understand that. And then around the security, so trying to gain an IG2 level for CIS controls. And so that just means more security, a higher level of security in all areas. Our hope is to provide 10 employee trainings per year, and that's really shaped by the outcome of the engagement that I'm doing currently, which is meeting with every department throughout the county to understand what is needed, what do folks want. And opportunities, pathways, and processes to engage with stakeholders. And that's hopefully my job, and trying to work with folks and making sure that we are transparent and communicating and understanding what folks are doing and what they need. Okay, moving on to 661, the IT reserve, again, is funded by internal services. We had an increase, and that is because of, again, that Microsoft 365 licensing being moved out of the other fund we were just discussing and into this one. Major expenditures in this one is software licensing. That's that off Microsoft 365, computers and peripherals, and technology improvements.
Are you seeing a general, you might not have rolled out 365 enough to see it yet, but are you seeing a general lengthening or shortening in the replacement cycle as a result of moving to 365?
The replacement cycle. So you mean, phones and PCs.
Servers on the back end, are you seeing any reduction in storage because you're getting the cloud storage? I mean, what's
Absolutely. Yes.
you're not necessarily factoring TCO that way, you're factoring TCO of 365, but can you actually then go do an IT TCO based on the fact that you're making that move?
Yes. And I think the interesting part is once you move to 365, right, you can get rid of some of that storage, servers and storage, right? But then the manpower it takes in order to admin that is something that I'm not sure that we truly considered on that side, because it does take as new technologies coming in, we have to understand that, we have to learn that, we have to support that, we have to write documentation, that sort of thing, which is different than supporting the infrastructure that we had. So it's a shift.
It's almost a skill shift as much as anything else. And so
Yep.
you're reskilling the employees, but which means more training, which means
Exactly.
off of actual task work.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep. Okay, short term, again, that Microsoft licensing, and then no long term identified outside of inflation. Moving on to the 305 fund, which is GIS dedicated. And the majority of this revenue comes from clerk and surveyor fees.
And personnel costs, about 44% of that. It's decreased. There is a decrease in this one because of one full-time employee being moved out of this fund into the 660. Like I was saying before, we kind of shifted employees around. So some of fiscal issues, the revenue is projected to decline, and that is because of those fees, reduction in fees that we're collecting, recording title transfers and security interests. And we removed funding for aerial photography due to the decrease in revenue. Long-term, the revenue instability creates challenges. So we have to rethink this and try to figure out how do we fund this for the long term? Just because it is fluctuating and times are good, we get lots of money, and times aren't good, we don't get any money. And then how do we stabilize that?
If it's worth discussing here, it's probably more with the assessor, but there's a huge amount of auxiliary revenue sources that you could explore in this space. I mean, you are mapping the county, and there's a whole lot of entities in the county that would really appreciate seeing that map rather than creating their own.
Right.
Especially since I've had 3 or 4 say, well, we're trying to create our own, but we can't because of the cost associated with it. So I think there are some alternative revenue streams that you could actually look at this. And overall, I've mentioned it offline, but I think we as the budget committee need to be encouraging all the departments to actually look at what are the products that you have, what are the products that you could have, and how are you actually generating additional revenue from that?
Right. And how do we fund those ones that we do want that may not be applicable to everyone in the county?
Bunch of organizations that would love your map. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Great.
Who are they? Sun River for one.
Yeah, I just had a map created of Camp Sherman, and it was $1,000 for, a little GIS map. So, I mean, there is a need for it.
Yeah, power company, or all the power co-ops. I would be very interested in it. I know that they're doing it. A lot of the people that are actually doing cable laying or other infrastructure laying usually always need general GIS maps, and they're either creating their own or they're guessing. And I think this is an untapped revenue source for the county. If you'd like me to think more than 10 seconds, I can do that.
Well, has that come up before? I'm thinking, just letting the world know that, maybe there's partnerships available or.
There are, we just don't really have the capacity to support that. We've had other entities ask us for dial, and we just don't, we don't have the capacity to support that. It's not been our focus is to go beyond our borders. We just want to kind of, we've been focusing on supporting our internal staff and users.
Probably an ROI analysis that you could do if you added ahead how much, basically if you added capacity, how much return would you be able to get on that? It's a typical budgetary thing, but it's really kind of the special projects piece that I think especially information technology really has the opportunity to be creative and do.
There are other counties that have that. I mean, Robert, your Lane County has that model, and I don't know. Yeah. Just, something we could discuss. It's risky when times are bad and we have staff and we're not getting those calls for support. Do we have to let those people go or, so.
Well, I mean, this is the highest level of the budget committee, and I mean, I like that idea too. So it could just be a simple recommendation from this committee saying, look into it. You already know the push and pull on it probably in your head, but if we open it up to the bigger world, maybe there are partners out there that are ready to write checks and have access or whatever. I don't know what the business model would be.
I think there's a lot of possibility thinking that the county could be doing. And then you can throw 90% of those ideas away, but 10% are going to generate a pretty decent ROI for you.
I mean, I think
Put a recommendation to look into something.
budget office would be happy to look into that. I think the only thing I would flag is, again, would be that fee schedule on county policy. A lot of times these things have to be actual cost of service. So you don't actually, but considering the fact that IT is an ISF fund, even actual cost of service would save. other funds, that internal service payment, perhaps.
So as I say, yeah, I'd like to
Yeah.
put a just budget note, look into this and then, you know, if it slips a whole year, at least we said, oh yeah, we looked at it and this is where we're at or whatever.
We can definitely do that.
Absolutely. Great, thank you.
And we're not just kicking your chair on this. We'll kick a few other chairs in the process.
Okay.
And then we'll have to consider. You know, if people who wanna fight with the county or advocate on various land use things want us to produce map. No,
Depends on
and
how much-
whether
depends on
we're
how much
allowed to,
return.
whether we're allowed to deny somebody, you know. Deny somebody service because we don't like what they're gonna do with the maps. As opposed to some other entity. I mean, it's complicated. There's some.
Mostly you can go kick legal's chair too. It's,
Once you pay for something, you usually have the right to use it.
yeah.
Right.
That's the idea, looking into it.
Right, thank you. Challenges, again, stability. We provide services to specific departments supporting their needs that are required for the public engagement and not all. And long-term planning, again, just like what we discussed. Any questions?
So just big picture, you know, cost is going up a couple, you know, you look back at just a couple of these years from, I guess, just the main 660 fund, it's you know, 2.4, 3.1, 3.6 we're going, so it's just stepping up, but I mean, we're all kind of dedicated to using our technology right now. Full commitment to Microsoft, it just kind of makes me uncomfortable, you know, oh, we've got a great product, just keep writing us bigger check every year.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, we don't have a lot of options right now, but it's gonna be interesting to see what that looks like a few years from now.
I agree, it's something to
amazing
watch.
Watching the technology evolve from you know, Apple devices getting into an Outlook app and then a website and then the desktop. It's really an interesting time.
I guess the one other, you didn't necessarily talk about it, although you said you didn't see anything on the horizon, but do you see any significant replatforming other than 365 that you're gonna have to do as an IT department in the next
We have,
years?
we have to think about Dial.
Uh,
That's one project that we need to dive into. I mean, we've been doing upgrades and refreshing and such. So on the infrastructure side, I think we're looking good. But as far as software, I mean, there's lots of software services that we could be providing, meaning just right now, we're looking at digital signing. We're, you know, for the county. We're looking at a ticketing system that's just not only impacting IT, potentially that ticketing system could be used throughout the county, right? So there's lots of options that are out there. It's where do we want to focus? And of course, there's a charge that comes with that and resources that are needed to support that. So yeah, there's things that are coming up on the horizon. And yeah,
All right, thank you, Tanya.
right. Thank you.
We take a 10-minute break before we get to finance.
That would be lovely.
Um,
Or may we?
We may then.
You're the chair. Yeah.
Guys.
Power of the chair.
Just call it.
Say 5 minutes, or you said, or
I
what?
think you said 10.
10. Okay. 165 for the program, and the detailed budget is found on page 295 and page 31 for tax. So we'll be talking about tax and finance.
We are so glad you were here.
There we go.
Listens, isn't it great?
All right, so I will try to make up a little bit of time this afternoon as well, and so I'll go through these, but obviously any follow-up questions, be sure to ask me as well. And if we can bring up the PowerPoint, that would be great. All right, so just a overview, we have 18.5 FTE in finance broken out in 3 different sections. In the proposed budget, which we'll talk about, we propose going up to 19.5 FTE. There are 3 main areas in the finance department that I like to highlight here. We have our budget office, which obviously you know the great work that they're doing here today. Budget also includes ARPA administration and financial forecasting, as well as financial planning. We have our accounting section, which includes 7 FTE, financial reporting, payroll, accounts payable, general ledger, capital assets, cash management. And our tax office, they get very busy as well. Each of these sections have their own very busy seasons. The tax office with property tax collections, they do transient room tax administration and dog licensing. As you know, this year we added a treasurer position, elected treasurer, who concentrates on the investment portfolio, property tax distribution payment, general banking services, merchant services, and community engagement. And of course, my position, and Nick highlighted that that's a new position this I came in this year as the CFO. I do want to start the finance accomplishments with a great picture. I think it also captures the hybrid model that we have here, because if you notice if you could see from there that the small TV screen up in the corner has our budget and financial planning manager, Dan Emerson, right there. And that is what our workforce is like today. So anyway, I wanted to highlight the awards that we're holding in the picture. It's because it's the 21st year we received the Certificate of Achievement in Financial Reporting for our ACFR, 15th year for this budget document, Distinguished Budget Year, 3rd year for the Popular Annual Financial Report, and we received the Triple Crown designation. And I don't have the statistics, but there are only a limited number of public organizations that actually receive that Triple Crown for recognition for all of the transparency and accountability and the financial tracking and reporting that they do. Aside from that, some of the great accomplishments we've had this year is the pay period alignment project. I think for years our organization has talked about we need to realign our pay period from the first of the month to last month to our time collection period, which is the 22nd through the 21st of the month. It seems like an easy task, but it actually included a lot of intricate interconnecting parts, and we finally were able to get that accomplished just this past month. We have also made improvements in our TRT, transient room tax compliance and reporting reports. So we have a little more detailed. So some of that geographic data, we're getting a better handle on that, improving in those areas. As you know, our long-term forecast, Dan Emerson presented that as well. And again, we're using that long-term forecast as a living, breathing document. So anytime there's major changes that we think will affect the general fund, the TRT fund, the ongoing health of the county, we'll be looking at that and we'll wanting to bring updated information as well. Expanded use of debt book for GASB 96. GASB continues to put out pronouncements as far as accounting requirements and reporting requirements. So we did purchase a software last year, the use of debt book, and that made it actually easier to implement the standards with this GASB. A lot of government agencies have had to implement new software just to implement the new GASB requirements. And as you know, the Negus transfer station, we went out for a bond for that of $18.22 million. The bond will mature in 2043, and the true interest cost at that time was 3.36%.
Yay.
Lower numbers than we're seeing today, for sure. A little bit about the finance budget here in details. I'll talk about finance first, then I'll get into the tax budget. So finance resources, we're funded through internal service fund charges, 97%. That's mostly what makes up our reimbursement for our revenue coming back to us from the departments. On the other side, we have our finance requirements. 65% is personnel costs. However, outside of that, we have our materials and services at 30%. The major cost for materials and services, it's number one, well, it's the audit contract. So with Moss Adams, our current auditors, that's one of the major expenses in our department. The other major expense is software, Munis software. That's all held within this fund as well, that we pay out those costs. And HR, they have those costs as well. But for the financial systems and also Novatime, Workiva, and DebtBook, those are our main software programs. We'll talk about, I do have two items we'll talk about that's already included in these expenditure details, our capital request for Act for Builder software, and also a proposed FTE for procurement. That line I updated from the previous line I used to mention. It was the treasurer. I thought we were adding the treasurer. That was in this fiscal year. And just to clarify again, after the elected officials compensation committee, those amounts are included in this budget as well, and that's the FTE. For finance, the addition was an additional $81,000 that the general fund transfer will have to pay into this fund 630 to cover those costs. Typically, as I mentioned, our costs are reimbursed by the internal service fund, but since internal service fund charges were already done for the year, same with the other funds, this came after, so the general fund picks up that cost for the first year. Next year's will pick up the full cost of that as well. Now I'll move into tax department again. Property tax collections is the big cost here. We do get revenue from CAFA, and that's budgeted about $108,000. Excuse $800,000. But most of the tax is funded through the general fund subsidy there. And on the requirements, there's no changes in FTE this year. Our biggest cost for this is, again, software, the Helion software, our own internal service charges that get charged to this fund, and postage and printing tax statements. So those are the big costs within that department. Some of our fiscal issues, short-term issues, as you know, we've been working a lot, looking at the financial analysis for the courthouse funding and the timing of debt service, which after the end of this budget process, we'll have more information and we'll dig into that additionally. Reduced CAFA funding, that's short-term issue. Hopefully this is funding from the state that we get. It's from the clerk's office that based on the number of transactions, that money goes to the state. This and reimburses counties, provides funding for it. We are hopeful that revenue will come up after this year, but we'll see how that goes. And increased costs for software subscriptions. Our long-term fiscal issues, again, related to courthouse debt service payments. If we do go out for a 20-year bond for that, what is the debt service cost? How can we fund that, fund operations, fund other capital projects? And so we're balancing all those needs. Earlier it was mentioned about what about delinquent taxes? Well, we're going to be monitoring that, just watching, see how payments are coming in. And as you know, eventually we do receive all our taxes back, whether it's delayed through years or it's through the foreclosed property. It's just sometimes those revenues are delayed. Current challenges, I briefly mentioned GASB financial standards. The GASB always seems to be increasing the number of reporting standards that they issue, and some of them are pretty challenging. Some are minor, but some of them take a lot more time. And we continue to look at efficiencies within our ERP system, Munis, as it's commonly referred to. And one of our challenges is we don't have a centralized procurement function to support the departments. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. Future initiatives, administration of transient room tax program, and monitoring of revenues and expenses. We want to continue to expand our capabilities and reporting in that. We have visions for, really getting that geo data down and hot mapping that as well. So we have some good plans for that, and develop user-friendly dashboards for public use to enable our information to be more out there on our website and transparent as well. So now to our special requests as well in your packet. So in your budget binder on page 36 and page 38 are the two special requests. The first one is the financial reporting software to assist the preparation of the annual comprehensive financial report. So there's a one-time request in this budget for the total cost of $100,000. $65,000 is implementation cost and $35,000 is ongoing support. Page 36, it's under special requests.
So you have to go to the special request.
There's a tab for special requests.
Got it.
And then it's page 36 and 38 describe both of these in a lot more detail. So as you may recall, Workiva was added as the software to produce the budget document. And the advantages that it has is if you change one number at one place, it boom, 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 populates the entire document. So you don't have to recalculate everything. One thing with the ACFR, the annual comprehensive financial report is produced on three bases of accountings or three different financial reports. It prepares budget basis reports, it prepares modified accrual or GAAP basis reports, and then it presents entity-wide full accrual financial reports. So there's three different ways of processing. So it actually makes it really complicated. So this has helped to modernize the way we do it now. The way we do it now is just in a bunch of manual spreadsheets through a download, and it's actually not as modernized as it could and potentially should be. So this is a one-time request there, and the budget officer, Nick, included it in the proposed budget after weighing the pros and cons and the costs and the benefits of that program. The other item, number 2, is a centralized procurement manager position. So currently the county does not have a centralized oversight and training of procurement requirements. So a formally trained and dedicated central public professional would provide, actually that was what I wrote was a tongue twister. I wrote a central public procurement professional position. Would provide a robust procurement function and contribute to lower costs, lower litigation risk, higher standardization, and improved education and training of staff countywide. And the procurement function also needs to evaluate our current policies and practices on the use of procurement cards to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the purchasing process. I'll just say my experience at another former position, adding a procurement professional, actually, we had them track the amount of money that they saved by implementing these standards and looking at things, and the position paid for itself very quickly. So that's why we considered adding that. And the budget officer, again, Nick, included that position within the proposed budget as well. Obviously, the budget committee will be voting on these items later. Well, the proposed is included in special request there. That is the high level overview. Try to make up a little bit of time here for you of all these items for finance. Any questions?
Could you walk us through how that position paid for itself? Like what are some of the places where you would be saving money that would balance
So
out there?
a lot of times what happens is we go out, we get our 3 bids, and the department receives them. They're doing everything they can. You go with the lowest bidder, and so you just accept it. Other times with the procurement manager, they've taken those bids, they've looked at them a little bit further, and then they've gone back and they've talked to the vendor and said, hey, is this really the best that you could do? So it's encouraging you to go back, even though you got your 3 bids, where can you request even additional discounts and savings? I mean, that's just one area. Other looking at areas where maybe we've always used the same vendor. We tend to at times, if it's under certain thresholds, you can continue with a certain vendor, but looking for ways where you can go with another vendor with the same quality or product, and then you achieve savings there. A lot of times it was, sometimes it was reducing the risk as well, where a department was going out for a bidding process and they called it one item, but what was the example? Invitation to, they called it something different as opposed to the legal parameters that you really have, like an invitation to bid or a request for proposal. It was a request for bid. It was some combination of something. So it's just really looking at things to streamline what we're doing, to standardize what we're doing, and challenge. The larger items can go through the procurement manager, and a good properly trained procurement person will be able to really push back and challenge some of these expenditures. And you do see those cost savings.
And Robert, if I could just ask the question, I think a lot of times departments will rely on legal counsel to help through the procurement process, because you were talking about the legal elements of it. So possibly it'll be streamlined by going to the procurement officer rather than the legal counsel. Legal still involved in terms of reviewing the documents, but sometimes we have departments with so much staff turnover. It's like, gosh, I can't remember, how do I do this again? And legal provides great advice, but at a much higher cost than possibly a procurement officer would do so. And then we also have so there could be some internal savings there. And then the other piece is we have a lot of small departments that just don't do it very often. And so there's a lot of staff training, and we'll help you through this, and just a lot of inefficiencies. So as you were stating, that there's a lot of internal efficiencies and streamlining as well.
That is correct. And some of the larger departments do have public professionals within their department as well. And this position would be a resource for them as well. A couple larger departments would still use their function. And that's right. We would work with legal as well. There's a point for that. Sometimes legal, great experts in what they do. They're not always public procurement professionals, which is slightly different. And so the public procurement professional and legal do work hand in hand closely with each other and talk through issues. Any final questions?
So the software for the Act for talks about year 1, year 2, year 3. What kind of a life expectancy do you see in that software? Is it going to be kind of a high maintenance thing to have somebody up to speed on it, or is it going to?
Well, it is. Well, in software nowadays, remember it used to be you'd buy Word off the shelf, right? And you download it on your own computer and you owned it. Well, and now software is subscription based. You buy it, you pay for it annually. So that's one of the things that a lot of our software, even our financial software, we're paying for that annually, or monthly within that. So there will be. We'll have staff trained on that. And I do reference Workiva, and that's what we're using for the budget. They do use that for the ACFR as well. However, we are looking at other vendors and just making sure that's the best one. Yeah, you would hope, right? And making sure we're getting the best deal there as well. And that can really, like I said, it's complicated. And so this is a growing area where they're just trying to release software because all the government professionals truly need this. And so there's a need out there.
Any other questions? All right, thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
Next up is property management.
This is coming up solo.
Good afternoon, Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Management. So I'm the county's property manager, and we also have with us in the gallery, Deborah Cook, who's behind you. And we also have our new hire, Ryan Dunning. Last year, the budget committee approved a new position for property management. So we just got Ryan hired. He came over from the tax office, and we're thrilled to have him. And while we're here, I'd just like to let the budget committee know that Deborah Cook, a 15.5-year veteran with the county, is retiring at the end of June. So just wanted to recognize her and thank her for her service. So, and with that being said, with bringing Ryan on and starting to get him trained, we're definitely going to be going through some major changes with Deborah leaving, she's agreed to come back on a interim basis. We have to work through what those details will look like, but you know, we're leaving not just 50, we're losing 15 years of time at the county, but also just Deborah's long-term career in, you know, a lot in this industry. So thank you so much, Deborah. All right, so let's see here. Do we have the PowerPoint loaded? There we go.
And this is page 147.
So property management oversees.
147. Oh, you mean for the line? item.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay, so property management oversees 4 different funds. And so we're going to start out with Fund 001, and then our object is 2550. So property management is a division of administration. In our portfolio, we have about 650 properties. In the last 3 years, we brought that down to from over 700. So we're making good progress. That consists of what we categorize as asset, foreclosed, and park designated properties. We have lots of things on our plates, but some of the highlights that we pulled out is we cost effectively manage the county's real estate portfolio. We advise the Board of County Commissioners on property acquisition and disposition opportunities, and we provide quality customer service to those we serve, and that's internal and external customers. And we do a lot of things in between. So some of our department accomplishments include recruiting Ryan for the management analyst position. We completed an auction last October, and that we sold 10 properties, and that provided gross proceeds of over $702,000. We executed the purchase and sale agreement for the disposition of the Simpson property. So that was a property you might recall a little bit from last year. We talked a little bit about this at the presentation. We did an RFP, went out to see who was interested in the potential acquisition of the Simpson property. And we got 5 responses, and the award went to Housing Works and Core 3, and they're going to be developing a multifamily and also cottages. And so it's just been a long haul. We had some challenges with the kind of working through the environmental aspect, and also working with the city of Bend on some requirements in terms of design. So we're almost to the finish line. I was hoping that we would finish the sale of the property before this end of this fiscal year, but it looks like it might actually fall into the next fiscal year, unfortunately. We also completed the disposition of an 8.32 acre property to the city of Redmond. It was known as the Cinder Pit property. It was a acquisition from ODOT many years ago, early 2000s, if I recall. And so they acquired it from the county. We just closed on that at the end of April. And the city's intent is to develop affordable housing. We also acquired a 0.10 acre property just right up the way here on Lafayette. It was the known as, like, we refer to it as the Irwin property. It was a law office. So we have that for potential future downtown development. And we completed, in collaboration with our partners in facilities, we completed the notice of proposed sale with intent to relocate a historic structure for the A.J. Tucker building. And that was a very important part and piece in preparation for the courthouse expansion. So that's something that the county, as far as we know, had never done before. We had to follow the City of Bend's Landmark Commission sort of policies, and then also incorporate, if somebody did step forward, like what would we do to facilitate that? So it was an interesting process that we worked on and successfully completed. And then we also worked and completed the administrative policy titled Removal of Unsafe Encampments Located on County-Owned Property. Let's see here. So specific to property management, we receive, make sure I get this right here. So in terms of resources, we receive, we're mainly a general fund program, but we also receive some funding from Fund 090, which is the Project Development and Debt Service Fund. So last year, I think it was, we increased that budget contribution to $70,000. And then we also receive proceeds from sale of tax foreclosed properties, and we increased that recently. I think it was last fiscal year as well to 145,000, but the majority of our program is funded by the general fund. So as far as requirements are concerned, this going into this next fiscal year, our personnel services are up, and part of that, of course, is to do with COLA increases and also bringing on a new position, the management analyst position. But as far as our materials and services are concerned, we're able to reduce those costs by about 2.74%. Sorry, I forgot to advance the slide. So as far as short-term fiscal issues, one of the things, we did talk about this a little bit last year, is just the continuation of encampments on county-owned properties. It's resulting in, a massive amount of trash and debris. So as we take under any sort of endeavors to do any level of cleanup, the costs will be substantial. We're also seeing an increased cost for goods and services, nothing detrimental, but just noticing that a little bit.
Just curious, on the encampment cleanup, where do those costs get borne? Do they get borne out of your department, or are they split across different county entities?
It would be up to the board ultimately, but we have some funding in another fund we haven't talked about yet. We have a little bit of funding, and it all depends too. If it's an asset property, it would come out of one fund. If it's a foreclosed property, it comes out of a different fund.
Thank you.
I don't know if you can, but can you give me an example, like how much it costs to clean up like one of the encampment? I don't know if you have an example.
So yeah, one of them off the top of my head, we did a up off of East Antler. It was a couple years ago. It was a burned out RV. So it was just all the debris down to the chassis, some trash around it. It cost about $5,000 to clean that up and scrape the dirt. We've done some smaller cleanups. There's a little park. It's officially an unofficial park. It's called North Burn Park. It's when you come in and you see the letters in landscape, it says, okay, so county actually owns a piece of that. So we did a joint cleanup a year ago with ODOT, NUID, COID, and the county. And I think we spent our share of that was probably like around $8,000. And there was a lot of encampments there. We just kind of had to try to figure out who was on whose property. But that was about $8,000. So it can add up really quickly for sure.
To clean up a bigger county property, like a chunk of Juniper Ridge or east of 17th, that I believe we're talking more in the many tens of thousands of dollars.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a cost to having people there for a really long time, as opposed to doing something on the front end.
And then long-term fiscal issues, again, just sort of reemphasizing the impacts of encampments and on county-owned property. Current challenges and future initiatives. So our challenges, we're thrilled to have Ryan on board, but of course that's going to take time and training. And we have a lot. We are a fast-moving small program, but we have a high output. So just bringing Ryan up to speed, for speaking for myself, I've been in this industry for 35 years and Deborah's been in this industry. I don't even know. I mean, years and years. So it takes a long time. Like what we do is very specialized. And so it's going to take time and patience. And so we're asking from our board as well. Let's see, with Deborah's retirement, we'll need to fill the upcoming vacancy. Continued increase in workload demands. A lot, again, like I mentioned, a lot of what we do is specialized. It's a lot of times it's not yes or no type answers. We could get a phone call from the general public and it could be a 5-minute response or a half-a-day research project working with county council. It's just, you never know really when we pick up the phone. So just, kind of working with that and managing competing priorities and working with Nick and administration on that kind of support as well. Again, encampments, and then future initiatives. So one of the things, and I've talked about this before here, and our goal with bringing Ryan on is to help with this is to implement a real estate portfolio management system. So in finance, our partners in IT worked with them to develop a program to manage the dog tag or dog licensing. And so using a potential platform like that, we've kind of got some of the groundwork done, but we have a lot of work ahead of us to get that up and going. So that will allow us to not only manage, characteristics or specifics like what we see in Dial, acreage, things like that, but also things that we want to manage or want to know information about outside of Dial. Like when's the last time, we did a site visit? When's the last time we had an appraisal? There's all kinds of things we could track, like fire fuels mitigation, things like that. So having a real estate portfolio management system will just help us better manage and also be able to, I believe, be a little more proactive in some of what we do and help inform the board to, for their decision-making process. Let's see here, and then explore the opportunity and feasibility to implement a real estate asset management plan. So a lot of times in real estate, you have an asset management plan, and basically it's this kind of outlines short and long-term goals on certain property types. Seeing that we have a portfolio of 650 properties, it would be a pretty in-depth undertaking, but I think that we could start out doing something a little maybe not so robust, and we could maybe over some time kind of expand on that. But that would really help us a lot, and the county and the commissioners in general, again, kind of going back to that decision-making process, to know, what's our long-term plan with this particular property or, or that property, or why do we have this property in a long-term holding? Maybe it's time to look at that, to do some planning on it or whatever that looks like. But anyway, I don't see us getting to that this year, but I just wanted to share that that is one of our goals. So with that, that kind of wraps up Fund 001, Object 2550, and property management in general. I mentioned that we also oversee 3 other funds. And so I thought I would just kind of touch on a few things on that. So the next one would be Fund 090, which starts on page 75, I think, in your books. So just a couple things here. Under resources, you'll see that our lease income is going down, and a couple of reasons we're seeing a decrease in that is because when we purchased the Kingwood properties in Redmond almost 2 years ago now, we had St. Charles as a tenant and also Ben Dermatology, and both of those tenants have vacated. So that's had a direct impact on our our lease income. Let's see here. Also, so if you look at again under resources, our land sale proceeds last year were significantly high. Our actuals were 1.654 million. This year, and a big part of that was we sold the county-owned property at 27th and Connors, which grossed $1 million. And we also had a substantial amount of sales in Lapine Industrial. So this year we have had 0 sales in Lapine Industrial. So we've definitely seen a decrease in land sale proceeds. Let's see here. I mentioned that we'll be closing on the Simpson property, but I don't suspect it'll close until the next fiscal year. And then we also have a potential sale on a Lapine industrial property, but that also wouldn't close until I believe next fiscal year. And that would be for $225,000. See here. I'll just pause there. Does anybody have any questions at this point? Dan?
Yeah, Chrissy, I'm just gonna tag in on that. On your budget decision sheet, that relates to this Fund 090 that Chrissy's talking about right now on page 149 of your binder. You'll see there's a capital outlay line there. That's about $2.5 million in it. In your budget decisions, that is former general fund that we transferred to Fund 090 for mid-year acquisitions of land and buildings, as far as I understand it, and Christy may have more information on that, but that is part of the budget decision package to buy down the courthouse debt and to take 2 million of that, transfer it back into the general reserve where it came from, which would leave Fund 090 still with about 500,000 in that line for those mid-year acquisitions of land and buildings. So I just wanted to flag that for the committee, as that is one of the budget decisions.
So thanks for flagging that. So then I would ask you the question of what's the opportunity loss if we apportion that to the courthouse, what do you miss in this fund, or what do you miss in your activities by not having that?
That's a good question. I think just opportunities in general. So if something becomes available that is brought to our attention in terms of land or existing building acquisition, then it would be coming and talking to the board, and then them deciding if there's another potential fund or resource to pull money from, if they so choose to complete an acquisition. So.
And how long would it take you to claw back $2 million?
Well, I think I'm just thinking out loud here, we would probably put something, request something maybe in the pre-budget meetings next year and see if that's supported through this process.
Yeah, because the original funds did come from the general fund, and as you know, from the long-term forecast, because of the inflation, we're not seeing that we would necessarily, that was a one-time transfer, I think, of $2 million+ back a few years ago. So I'm not sure.
Well, historically, it's usually about $1 million a year.
For a couple of years in a row then.
Yeah, and then I think we budgeted some extra last year, the year before, for those opportunities.
Okay, yeah, I did, for some reason, I didn't think we did a transfer last year. So
Right, but we did budget for capital. We budgeted in capital outlay. So we didn't bring anything over as a resource from general fund, but we kept that building line item.
Yeah, so the original money that we transferred from the general fund has always kind of been in that building line item as opposed to a reserve line item, so that if the board needs to move really quickly, we don't have to do a supplemental budget adjustment and that whole process, moving funds from reserve to the budget. And so I don't know. Yeah, that would have to be a pre-budget request, but we do see the amount of general fund where this came from declining. So I would just say that, but I don't know. Also, I don't know, Christy, how land sales affects this fund either. If you were to.
Yeah, land sales. I mean, we benefit from that, right? Like for our beginning networking capital, like we can bring that over. So yeah, I mean, it benefits this fund. So the Lapine industrial sales, and then other sales that we do. However, the board may have plans to do something with proceeds from the Simpson property, for example. So it might not stay in this fund to benefit other acquisition opportunities.
And Jim, to respond to what's the opportunity cost? I mean, there's things come up around this campus, on a regular basis. The Irwin property, that was just kind of like we were much more interested in acquiring the Friday property across the street, but when Irwin came up, it was like, well, grab that. And the public safety campus, like all the agencies that are there, but the departments there are kind of busting at the seams, and health services always needs more space, Pine, Redmond, wherever. So there's definitely potential opportunity costs to not have a little pile of cash to grab properties as they become available.
Yeah, I mean, the balance clearly will have in because you're you, I'm confident that we're going to have all sorts of wonderful charts that are going to explain this. So just not setting you up for success. But it would be interesting it's interesting to me to kind of look at those things that the county has intended to do and now we're slamming on the brakes because we have a massive spend that we didn't really anticipate, or at least properly funded on anticipation. And what's the loss that you have in terms of spending today's dollars on a long-term project? And I realize that's a common struggle, but I think that's the discussion we're going to have over the buy down.
Yeah. And I wasn't suggesting that there's obviously a large opportunity loss, as Chris spoke to and Commissioner Chang spoke to. That's the decision, right? I was just in the phrasing of clawback. I don't know that clawback's the word because really the 090 can only fund itself through either general fund, right? If there would need to be a break purchase or through the foreclosed land sales.
Yeah, pardon the redneck colloquialisms. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. But certainly that's part of what we'll talk about in the fiscal entities and what all these decisions together would look like in terms of, from what we know right now. But obviously, there's gonna be state funding and we won't know, hopefully state funding, and we won't know until July exactly how everything will shake out.
Christie, I don't have a comment on 090, but I do have a question, going back to encampments. Do you know, how many or have an estimate of how many encampments are currently on county-owned land? And have you calculated the long-term costs for cleanup? So that we can kind of look at what fund we need for that. And I know it's a huge issue in the community, and I don't know if you've gone out and counted, and I don't mean like one here and one there, like where you actually have encampments. Is it 1? Is it 20? Is it?
I can say it's a lot. I don't have really solid information like to share in terms of like how many encampments are on this property or that property. It's a process that we're working through right now. So I think in the next few weeks, we'll have a better idea, but it's substantial. I can say that it's not 1 or 2, it's many. Closer that it is into town, typically the more encampments you'll see because it's closer to services. I know that doesn't.
Looking at $100,000, $200,000 in a fund needed for cleanup.
Yeah, and in fact, in this fund 090, under which line item here? Hang on 1 second.
Well, she's figuring it out right down China Hat sometime.
But that's not our property.
That's not.
That's the feds.
But Juniper Ridge, east of 17th, we're talking about hundreds of people,
East Antler.
several hundred people.
Yeah,
How much
we,
did we spend like in 17 or 18? Didn't we clean East Antler then? And I think we spent a lot of money, and there's hundreds of tires back up there. There's chalets at East Juniper with chimneys out of them. And I think there's tires that are a big way too.
yeah, this year,
Tires are really expensive. You have to pay to take them to the transfer station.
this year we increased it to 60,000, and that's, last year was 50, this year I put in 60. It's not enough. I mean, when we do an assessment and if board gives direction to clean up an encampment, we'll have to provide an estimate and then the board would have to approve that. And there would have to be some sort of adjustment if it was to come out of this budget.
Well, one of the other issues is that when there are homeless encampments in the area, then other people who aren't homeless, but who don't want to pay tipping fees at the landfill, take crap out there and dump it. You know, because they're like, oh, this is the place where I can just dump my stuff.
Too, so. I looked at solid waste correctly.
So we have several free transfer stations in the county is what you're saying.
Free to the
Yes.
people who are unloading their stuff.
And what happens then? Do you find them if you catch them? I mean, how do you deal with that?
If we found them, you know, yeah, we would, but it's really difficult. A lot of people go out there in the middle of the night and dump. I mean.
And I think I saw the tipping fees in here going from 60 to 70, or the proposed is going from 60 to 70. So that might actually increase
Right.
what Commissioner Chang's talking about.
There's that possibility. And these properties,
In the Forest Service land too. So it's,
yeah,
you know, there's a lot of public land right
Don't-
here that's not well patrolled.
Of course, don't forget, we have fire free. For rural Deschutes County, so. But of course, that's not what people do.
a couple of expenses I wanted to bring up. So we talked about in our pre-budget meeting. So I'm still on Fund 090. So the environmental line item, which is 430328. So for the last 2 years, this would be the third year, the county has provided $30,000 to COIC towards the Core 3 project. And the purpose of that was specifically for environmental and land use. So you might recall that the 300 acres that the county has, that the Board of Commissioners had reserved for the Core 3 project has substantial cleanup will need substantial cleanup. We're looking probably 5 million plus. So the Core 3 project will be taking care of and building in the remediation costs into the development. And so this 30,000 is just basically to help with the environmental consulting and whatnot, and the planning that we're going through to bring that 300 acres into the city of Redmond and into the UGB, the partition process, all that. So that's what that 30 is. And Nick asked that bring it up to this group to confirm that there's support to continue to do that.
Just be Juniper's.
Yeah, Christie, I just want to say thank you for clarifying what the 30,000 is for Core 3, because the county contributing 300 acres at the value of over $16 million. We want to be
Yes.
very clear with the board if we're spending any additional funds, what they're on. And so I'm glad you clarified what that 30,000 was for, because I had that very question when we started meeting as well.
And I think just a little additional information. Again, the remediation of 5 million plus, we've gotten estimates between 5 and 10 million. A part of it is how we design the remediation or how we mitigate the remediation process through the design and development. And so, again, this 30,000 just sort of helps with the preparation for this huge expense that the project will undertake. It's really what it comes down to.
This might be a little afield, but if land is a designated or identified park, does it have more or less homeless encampment problems?
The encampments that we're aware of are not necessarily on park designated.
So if you designated and did base development for things to turn them into either temporary or semi-permanent parks, would that help or not? Because there's money to spend, but I don't know whether that's money that you'd later recover by not having to spend it on cleanup or on enforcement or anything like that.
Well, that's a good question. I think, just thinking out loud, I'm not,
So was I, so.
I think,
yeah.
I mean, like we've been thinking pretty hard about park development, campground development, and I would say, I think the primary reason there's not a lot of homeless activity on the park designated lands is because of where they are.
What I was gonna.
This one, you got a whole lot of people patrolling this on a regular basis. And then the other one, a lot of the other stuff is farther away than 17th and, or farther away than Juniper Ridge. So I mean, I think that's the reason why you don't see a lot of homeless activity. Not because it has the park designation, because they basically, some of the biggest pieces we have that are park designated, there's nothing. We've done nothing on those properties. They're just kind of sitting there.
But yeah, it's kind of where I was going to say you'd agree. I saw you nodding. You'd agree with that.
That's exactly what I was gonna
Okay.
say. Because most of the park designated properties are like on the Deschutes River, like their access to the Deschutes. Not all of them, but a lot of them are.
Don't we have some though that have boulders in front of them that they haven't moved?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head,
And,
probably.
the 500 acres on the west side of 97 by Fort, and or whatever the fort is, Fort Thompson up there.
That has
So
a,
you have boulders across that one.
that one has a gate, I believe. Yeah.
But
It's
okay,
not
so
really
you're
a
saying
road
that
in.
you have 50,000 here designated?
50. So are we talking about cleanup or are we talking about Core
Well, it
3?
says Environmental 50,000.
So environmental, so 30 of that would be for Core 3 if the committee is agreeable to that. And then the other 20, I just budgeted for potential environmental consulting for the DSL property. So if we have to do a phase 1 and a phase 2 environmental,
60. Right? No. Right? I don't know, is there a separate cleanup number?
So we've got two things going on. We've got the environmental line item. So the environmental line item, the 50,000 that's budgeted, 30 of that what the intent would be to go to COIC for core 3. And the other 20 would be for environmental services for the DSL land exchange property, because DSL is going to require phase 1 and potentially a phase 2 environmental site assessment. Then, so that's more like for the consulting stuff. And then if you look at, hang on here.
The next page, it's 60,000.
Yeah, that would be actual physical cleanup if we're gonna do any cleanup. And again, that's 60, the 50 that we have budgeted now, and then the 60, that's just scraping the surface. It's not, again, if we get quotes and come back, you know, to talk to the board about direction, we're probably going to have to ask for additional funds.
Do we get a carryover, the 50 that we haven't spent?
We're gonna try to spend at least some of it before fiscal year end, but I don't know about carryover. I don't really know how that all works, but
It's always a wish.
So back to land sales in Lapine, we're at the Mid-State Electric Annual Membership Meeting on Saturday this last week. And the Newberry Business Park is right behind there. And I was just surprised how it had grown up like trees. It was like, as you could see through there a couple of years ago, and now it's just a bunch of brush. So the other aspect is that there looks like there's kind of corporate commercial is looking at the downtown core and some different areas. It's turning the corner right now for the investment possibilities. So just a feedback item, just because I was there, it may be time to, maybe open up that understory again. And I'm thinking driving a masticator through small contract, open it up. It'll just make it look that much more welcoming. And that's a partnership with the city, obviously. I don't know how we would proceed, but it's one of those things where people are probably driving around that circle once they figure out those parcels are available. Just putting a little bit of spit and polish on it that may really help right now,
And I just speak to the kind of the carryover questions and how would folks pay for kind of the increased encampment? So that motion is for $2 million out of that capital outlay line. That leaves 500,000 left. And of course, the purpose for that capital outlay originally was for building acquisition and land, but that's not to say this whole fund is at board discretion. And they obviously could reroute that $500,000 to homeless encampment if that budget decision was approved. If not, then there's the whole $2.5 million there for capital outlay or for homeless encampment that would still be carried over and Fund 09 would have use.
so as far as decision process on the 30,000 to COIC for core 3, would that be made on Thursday? Is that how that would work? Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I think that's sort of a recap then on 090. Any additional questions before we move to the next one?
Sorry, one more flag. I would say for all these budget decisions, we're going to ask the budget committee on Wednesday if you have any more questions for these departments that they're relevant to, and if you could give those to us so that departments could be on call Thursday if there's more questions regarding that as the decision comes up. So just wanted to say that.
And then just to flag, we're about out of time for this time slot as well. We have one more after this. So I just wanted to mention that as well.
This just says how riveting you are, so it's good.
I'm sorry.
This just says how riveting you are. I mean, we're asking you lots of good questions.
So the next fund is Fund 132, which is on page 82 for you. So this is the Park Development Fee Fund. So this is a fund that if a developer is doing development outside of city limits, they can pay into this fund in lieu of park development. So the current fiscal year, we had quite an amount of fund or fees come in. And most of that is for Caldera down in the Sun River area. We also pay out of this fund Department of Forestry fees. And we also, under grants and contributions, which is line 450920, we started budgeting in there just sort of almost like a contingency Of course, we would never spend this money without coming and talking to the board and or budget committee. But really, that's the gist of this fund. So I'll pause there and answer any questions you might have.
This is not the park fund that we're drawing the dollars for the feasibility study.
Correct.
That's in Lee's.
Fund 130, yeah. Okay, so the final fund is Fund 140 and it's the foreclosed land fund. So this is the fund that we manage, that we use to manage properties acquired by the county through the property tax foreclosure process for non-payment of property taxes. This is, let's see here, what could I point out here?
Christy, there's actually 12 states in the United States that do this, and the question is coming up all over the place that it's not really fair. They only owe $12,000 and yet we're taking property that's, let's say, worth 200,000. They should be getting back those remaining funds. So I've been reading a lot about that lately.
Yeah, it's actually going to the Supreme Court, I think in June, and they'll rule on it. And it's really interesting because, like, from my perspective, looking through my lens, like, we're not here as real estate agents to sell people's properties, and they have the opportunity to sell their property on their own. Like when I was at Washington County, every year I would connect people to real estate brokers to sell their property if that was their only option. If they couldn't borrow money from family, friends, banks, we're so far behind, that was an option. And so if it turns out that the state of Oregon has to go that direction, then it's really going to reframe a lot of what we do. That would be a major undertaking.
I would also add real quick that our tax office works with the property owners to try to prevent them from going into tax foreclosure as well, even before they get to that point. But sometimes it's unavoidable.
I mean, Greg Munn, back when Greg Munn was still with us, he described to me in detail all of the communications that go on with the landowner over the 5 years that it takes for them to be going to default. And, you know, it sounds like people have a lot of opportunity to just, you know, sell their property before it gets tax foreclosed, and then pay their back taxes, and they keep the rest. So.
And I'd just like to add, our tax office does an excellent job with outreach to our constituents to try to do what they can to keep them in their properties and help them find resources. They do a really good job. Just one quick thing I'd like to point out. So in terms of our resources, it'll stay steady, but our materials and services, we're able to bring that down by about 1.7%. And then just a reminder, what Oregon and revised statute allows for this fund is to make the county whole. So anything to do with the management and supervision of the properties, we can be reimbursed for that. And that's what that $145,000 transfer basically is over to Fund 001 to help cover some of the administrative costs associated with the property management program. And then anything remaining currently then is distributed back to the taxing districts at the end of the fiscal year.
All right, thank you, Christy.
Yeah, is that it? No questions? Very good, thank you.
Last item is cannabis advisory. Looks like Eric, you're up for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep this very brief. Eric Crop, Deputy County Administrator. It's like last year, the Cannabis Advisory Panel was required to make a recommendation to the county about what to do with marijuana revenue. The Cannabis Advisory Panel met a couple months ago. They had me do outreach to departments to solicit proposals on what to do with the funds. They asked the departments to consider it one-time funding in case the state legislature changed how marijuana revenue is dispersed. And based on what department submitted, the attached memo has the recommendation from the Cannabis Advisory Panel. Their recommendation is included in the proposed budget. So what they're proposing is that $20,000 goes to CDD code enforcement, $92,000 to the sheriff's office to partially help fund one of the marijuana detective positions, $60,000 to health services for an ad campaign. You'll recall that they also funded it last year, and last year's or this year's funds went to establish the campaign materials and distribute it. This additional funds would help continue that marketing. And then they are also recommending $10,000 go to community justice, the juvenile division, for training related to learning about barriers to substance use disorder treatment for youth who are on supervision. That's the collective recommendation from the Cannabis Advisory Panel. And again, what they're recommending has already been programmed in the budget, in the proposed budget. The Budget Committee doesn't need to take any action on this unless they want to change something. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Was there any, you said this is the panel recommendation. Was there any minority report or other opinion that I think we should consider?
There was not. There was lots of discussions. There were a couple different proposals floated, or conceptual proposals, and then this became the consensus recommendations from the panel.
There was actually legislation to return some of the marijuana money to marijuana. Maybe I'll check with Doug on it tomorrow and see if that still has any life. I know some smaller counties are having a really hard time without the marijuana money for their public services.
What fund is that?
It comes into the general fund and then gets transferred out to departments.
Eric, I would support the committee's recommendations just based on how in-depth their study of these various opportunities are, but I am curious. These are at least 3 of these are the same categories that we invested the funds in last year. Can you just tell me how much, what the changes were? You know, which ones went up, which ones went down?
Sure. Compared to the previous year, the code enforcement was the same. The sheriff's office marijuana detective went up. Current year is 70,000, and then it went up to 92,000. Health services, the amount went down. So the current year was 70,000, and then what's being proposed next year is 60,000. And then the $10,000 for community justice is a new amount.
Well, the 70 to 60 is probably reasonable because this is the continuation of an ad campaign. You've got a lot more upfront cost creating content than you do dispersing it long term. So that seems reasonable, and I think actually getting them while they're young is probably a really good idea, especially coming out of community justice.
Yeah. And the panel had a lot of discussion, had departments there to present. It was a very good discussion. All right, that's it for Cannabis Advisory Panel.
Is there any other comments or questions, anything for tomorrow that we need to know, or?
We start at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay,
Oh
good.
gosh, I'll be on time.
All right, if there's no other comments or questions, we'll continue the Deschutes County budget meeting to Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023.
So I read my book.
Yes.